All right, good morning, everyone, and a happy Wednesday, maybe. How y'all doing? We are gonna get an early start today because we have a lot to do. First, gonna make sure that this thing is actually working. How are you today, Vadek? Where is the stuff? Come on, YouTube. There we go. Now. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay. That is... yeah, sorry. Technical difficulties. It's early back. It's early. Right, so we fixed the big bug yesterday. That was pretty good. I'm pretty happy about that. And I don't know where we left off. There's like small bits and bobs that needs to be done. So we're definitely gonna gear up for a new release now. I don't know how much new stuff is gonna pop up. But I know that we have to do some work with... Well, first of all, we have to do a cargo test now. And make sure that everything is actually still compiling. That's pretty good. How you doing this fine day? We've got a few early birds. A few early people. Hello, Ego. How you doing? Where should we go? Queries, maybe? Maybe rewrite the query stuff? How do we chain that? That's gonna be the problem. Maybe it's not as simple as I thought it was gonna be. Should be alright, Ego. It's a bit early to say, but should be alright. I tried to catch up with a friend on Discord yesterday, Acton, but we haven't spoken for a while. It's busy days, man. Everyone's busy. Yeah, okay. So what should we do next? What's the next task to work on? We need to document the... We need to document the code for what do we need to... Maybe we should start looking at that performance bump. It would be nice if we could have run... So I can't run this on stream. I can run it, but this is gonna go completely nuts for you guys. Oh yeah, no, cargo is definitely the way to go, Hedgehog, right? Cargo makes everything a lot easier to work with, and you... it's not really a reason to do things without cargo. in Rust. It's very unlikely that there's a good reason to do it. It's got to be some very niche setup you have, or some reasonably niche setup you have, where maybe you're doing something with them. Actually, I don't know, right? Hello, Alkaline. Hi, gang. It's going to be some niche setup that you have if you're not using cargo. I think it's weird. If you look at the Rust book, it's weird that they start off showing you Rust C and not leaving that. I mean, I get why they're doing it, but it doesn't really make sense. You're not going to do any package management or anything like that, right? It's just a compiler, right? It doesn't do anything else for you. So, yeah, go with cargo. VS Code? I don't know, right? Yeah, it's weird. So I think they kind of just show you that this is the Rust C compiler. Well, Rust C is the Rust compiler, right? And you can use it, but you sort of shouldn't, right? Certainly not when you're getting started. Let me rephrase it. The kind of people who use Rust C directly knows enough that it makes sense for them, right? I think using Rust C when you're getting started with Rust, that's just going to lead you down a very strange place. I can't remember last time I invoked the Rust C on its own. The TUI really is just the building blocks for making things, right? So you can think of the TUI library as a framework for building terminal applications, right? There are a couple of things that needs to be done, and we don't have big enough community that is worth putting things into a vault, right? But I think once this is committed, the fixes that is usable, and I need more tests. Definitely need more tests. And I need to fix the query API so it's chainable. No idea how we're going to do that. That's probably something I'll do off stream because it involves a lot of quiet thinking. Then there's the idea of having okay, I think I know what we can look at now. There's the notion of not passing a path in here. So when we register a prototype, it's going to be template path here, but that's not what we want, right? We're not really interested in a template path here. We're interested in a source kind. So some people don't want to ship the templates with the binary. They want to encode it or include it in the binary, and that's fine. We just need to make that possible. Hello, D3. I saw you posting in the meme channel. How you doing? Cheers out. Enjoy your food. Someone already implemented Kitty chat emotes in terminal in Rust. Kitty is a framework or protocol. Well, Kitty is a terminal, right? And the Kitty has its own protocol, but I think all these things are a little bit wild. I wouldn't solve the problem that way. I would solve the problem differently. Enjoy your coffee, mate. So yeah. Okay. Hello, Caleb. How you doing? So I'm thinking maybe we fix this thing, but it's not. We need to rethink the API. It's gonna break things. So this will be a breaking change once we change how this works. Yeah, and the thing is, I don't. It's kind of weird when you have a terminal adding its own protocol like that, because so we're building a TUI framework, so we kind of almost go with the lowest common denominator. We even fix things for Windows Terminal, right, when we can. So we wanna use this so this can be used on a lot of terminals. Right? So one of the reasons to use the terminal is because it's so versatile, right? And you have a lot of choice, right? There's loads of terminals: RxBT, Alacrity, Westterm, Kitty, ST, whatever, right? Lots of different terminals. Xterm, right? So throwing a custom protocol into a terminal application, that to me seems like we're just deviating more from the norm, right? I know we support things like hex colors in Anathema, which is probably not standard, but or the amount of colors really. But yeah, I don't get it. Why would you do that? Why would you have that, right? Several terminals support Kitty's input protocol. Yeah, I'm not talking about the input protocol, right? The input protocol is not super relevant to the end user, to your average end user, right? The terminal, you type into it and you read the text back, right? Hoping to learn Rust for one single memory layer for core and apps OS. All right, yeah. Hello, Tick. How you going? There are lots of keys I can't type without one of the input extensions. Yeah, but okay. What keys? I'll bite. I'll bite. What keys can't you use that you'd expect to use in a terminal application? What keys is this? And if you're talking about like some kind of media keys or whatever, then that is not your average use case for it. How do you disambiguate Control H and backspace? Why do you need to disambiguate them? Like I said, you'd expect whatever you build to work on most terminals, right? Which means if one terminal implements some kind of protocol that is not implemented by most of the other terminals, right? So I'd say majority win. And I don't know if Kitty's image protocol, which is what I'm talking about, is actually implemented. Yeah, but then you can't press Control D for down. Well, you can press Control D for down in Vim, but it will quit other applications. I don't get it, right? I don't get how that is relevant, right? I don't get how that's relevant. That you can't do a key combination, right? That just means that you're subject to writing something for a terminal that doesn't work for the other terminals, right? I don't know what the overlap is. If Kitty's terminal protocol becomes the majority of all terminals, then that's fine. But I don't think it is. I don't think you expect it. So yeah, no. I don't bother with images in the terminal. I think there are better ways we can solve that, but yeah. Did you change the layout? Yeah, I moved around a little bit. What should we do with this thing? I don't think we're gonna tackle this thing either. Right? Sorry, I'm not grumpy. I might sound grumpy. I'm just, I just rolled out of bed, kind of thing. So I don't mean to sound grumpy. The way most TUIs implement input is support both Leonard and Kitty input. I don't know what Leonard is. And if you support Kitty's input, that's fine. But what about the image protocol? That's kind of what we're talking about. No, you and I were talking about the input. It's kind of annoying that so many people who swear by a terminal are trying so hard to turn it into a QE. Actually, that's quite funny. You're not wrong, Apollo. Well, but the fact is that the terminal is so ubiquitous. It's everywhere on Linux. We even have it in Windows now. And it's a little bit like the browser, right? If you think about the terminal, there's definitely parallels to the browser we can draw. So when you go to visit a web page, you don't expect the web page to look different in different browsers anymore, right? We've moved past that. So you want it to function no matter what browser you use, right? Unless you made some special choices, okay? And I think adding custom protocols and not having any kind of uniform expansion around this, that is really just doing fragmentation, right? Nothing else. So we end up with things. If you guys remember back in the old days, you had to put a bunch of prefixes in your CSS for shit to work, right? I think we're doing that, except we don't have any prefixes, right? We kind of, but we don't. So I think it would be nice if there was like a standard body to agree on features to add to the terminal, but I think the terminal is kind of stuck where it is. All right. I think it's kind of stuck where it is. Exactly, right? And then you have one browser that supports some feature, but it's not supported by the other browsers. And of course, you have to go with the lowest common denominator most of the time. Right? A terminal to do editor with multiple line editing in a scope, but people say the terminal have raw mode for multi-string editing, and that's only it. So there's a lot to unpack here, but there is raw mode, okay? And when you put your terminal into raw mode, it reads it like character by character. If we take it out, if we put it to cooked mode, which is what you normally have, right? Then you can type a bunch of character, hit enter, and then it sort of sends that to the terminal. Whereas in raw mode, it doesn't. There is no such thing as multi-string editing in raw mode. You can implement it, but it doesn't exist, right? Yeah, but yeah, D3, and it looks like this now, right? We're saying we don't need standards because you're happy to for every program you make, you're gonna code this in, right? So you end up with this. Okay, if this is available, do that. Otherwise, do this, right? That's not a good way, right? Standards is way better, right? Oh God, yes. Absolutely. And saying we don't need standards, I don't think that's true, right? I think we do need standards. We do need a way to unanimously add features to something. I don't know how it's going to work. I can't solve that problem. I don't think anyone has solved that problem. Yeah, detection just means that you have to program a lot, right? You have to program a lot for things that may or may not exist, right? So you're writing entire blocks of code to deal with the... All right, sweetie. Yeah, so, but is the majority of features in term info? Sorry, let me rephrase that, right? Is the majority of features available across the most common terminals available in term info? Right? So, well, this is where you need some kind of library or framework to deal with this, though, hedgehog, because implementing that yourself is fine until you get to things like word wrapping and stuff, and that's a massive pain. There is a standard of sorts now. Well, that's positive. That's positive then, because I don't think it's worth. I think especially like pictures in the terminal. I don't know. There's so many conversations that needs to be had by that, right? But lots of terminals don't support sixels, and lots of terminals don't support what Kitty does, and there's all this stuff, right? Yeah. So there's lots of that, right? Okay, so here's a couple of things that we need to do. That's the template path. Right now, we have to use template paths, but this thing should change. But this is going to be a big breaking change, right? Well, any kind of drawing in the terminal doesn't make sense because you don't have a pixel size, all right? From what I saw, right, when I briefly looked at this, the stuff doesn't scale with your font. Yeah, I did as a proof of concept. I did an implementation where we had pictures in the terminal using Anathema, but it didn't work. Right? They didn't scale. You resize the font. It just looked terrible. So yeah. So I have my own thoughts on how I would solve this, but I'm gonna keep those to myself until we have reached a release point of this. So here's one thing that we need to work on, and that is this. People want to be able to load the template directly in here. So we need this function to change, but we need the API to stay fit, okay? That's the thing you say about APIs, isn't it? We need the API to stay fit. So all this component registration should be rewritten. When you do something a lot, you want granular control, but you also want shortcuts. So for once, there are plenty of people now that want to be able to do just runtime, register, some kind of ident along with a template, and that's it. That's what they want to do. They don't want and we're gonna have to unwrap that now, but they don't want to provide a state or anything. So this would then translate to this. So we'd have template, and then that would just be, yeah, there we go. It's item. Okay, I was looking for it, right? It would translate to this, right? Because you just want to add a template, nothing else, right? Yeah, so you would have to figure out the cell size. You basically have to give a cell a resolution, which is weird, right? So if a cell, I don't know, like if you were to look at a cell, what's like the smallest? Like you said, you can interpolate, but yeah, I don't think it's gonna look nice. So this is one thing we want to add. So the whole method of registering prototypes and components into this thing, we want that to be fixed, right? Let's do a run of this. No, we can't. No, that was the bug chasing thing. So we can do whatever with this thing, right? Oh God, yes. I have no intention of supporting that. So, and to make matters worse, because the thing is, D3, you asked about something a while ago. I'm not gonna get into this, but Anathema has a separate event layer. So the events from the terminal goes through this event layer's translation because we're gonna have different backends eventually, right? Tmux, yeah, there's a lot of things that Tmux doesn't support as well, I think. So, yeah, the whole thing becomes a bit awkward. Night to you, Wary. How you doing? It's one of those days where I am genuinely considering coffee again. Very good, Wary. Very good. So, okay, so we're not gonna tackle that then. I think maybe the element things, the two things that we should tackle. So one of the things that we're interested in when it comes to building is to maintain a decent performance, right? So there is no way of adding strings. Excuse me. Of adding strings. We can make it possible. But when you iterate over elements to set a value, that value has to be something that we can convert into a common val. And common vals have to be copy. So they can at most be a... yeah, thank you. They can at most be string references, right? String references are fine. But it's still not... It doesn't really help if you want to do some manipulations of strings, right? Although that's maybe like a bit of an edge case to do. Yeah, let's not worry about that one then. Okay, then it's the query API left. I think that's the thing that we have to work on today. Oh, no, that's not what I want to work on though. Is there any bugs I need to solve? See, that's what I mean. There are things that are supported by most terminals, but are not part of a standard. So if 90% of all terminals were supporting Kitty's image format, then that would have been one thing. But they don't, right? Alright, so this query is not... this query is not... chainable. And that's what we want. But because there was actually a bug in Anathema until Londo tried it out on Windows the other day, where when you press a key, it would register key press and key up, and most terminals don't do that. They have key press and repeat being issued, right? Yeah, when like the majority of terminals in use today, I honestly don't care about terminals in the past, right? I don't know how many people use RxVT these days. I don't know how many people use Xterm, and I'm not super concerned about those. I mean, we test things and make sure that they work in a lot of these terminals, right? But I think your average terminal today is not those. Well, maybe RxVT. Honestly, I don't know. Kitty protocol is key up. Well, yes and no. So if we do this, right? If we go to anathema, and we do a cargo run example animate, right? So I can use K and J to increase decrease. So press K is going to go up to 2, 3, 4, right? So it increments by 1 every time I press. Right. And if I run this in Kitty now, if Kitty, whoops, kitten. If Kitty were to do the same thing, right? Or rather, if Kitty did up and down, this would go to 3. But it doesn't. It just goes up one step. Yeah, I don't think they are, right? I don't think they are. You know what I dislike the most about Kitty? That it has a blinking bar for a cursor and not a block. Okay. I know you can configure that. No, this is Xterm is like an old terminal. It's Xterm and RxVT are the terminals that people used in the 90s or whatever. I don't know when they came out. Oops. Stable release 22 years ago. When was this first released? Yeah. Why doesn't it say... Oh, here we go. An analog clock program, very old, as soon as a copy of this, but dropped it in 96. So this thing is even older than that. Yeah, sad that we can't see that here. And then you have Xterm. Xterm originated prior to the X Windows system. It was originally written as a standalone terminal emulator for the Wax Station, which is like a... This thing is the size of a dishwasher, right? No, it's not. I was thinking of a which Wax... Well, I said which Wax, there are a few of them. But I remember we had one of these in the computer club I was a member of as a youth, as a child. 94, right? Initially, this is 84. 1984. 40 years ago, right? The workstation, but the original Wax, though, right? The Wax was not... There you go. Well, no, that was a really big one. That was a chunky one. There you go. It's sort of the size of a dishwasher. Indeed. Is the music too loud? No, it's just loud here. Take it down a little. Oof. Yeah. So, but yeah. All right. Let's see if we can make this thing chainable. That's gonna be the goal here. So for query run, so we're gonna match on this thing. So we have to make something that we can implement this node visitor for that effectively works as a filter. There we go. Yeah, I don't think so either. I think there are different ways to solve that problem, to solving that problem. I don't think an image protocol is needed in the terminal. I mean, if that's kind of one thing we don't need, I think. Oh man. Okay. Right, let's build an overcomplicated API then, shall we? Who's with me? We're not chasing a bug. We're done with that. What is that? We're done with that. What is that? We're done with that. All right, we were apparently done with everything. So we're starting query 2 here. Yeah, and at least, so that's kind of, I think that's, even that is annoying, right? But the thing is, the whole icon font thing, we already have like the Unicode. We always needed Unicode for all the like kanji and CJK characters, right? Yeah, but without that, you wouldn't be able to have things like Japanese in your terminal, and I can imagine that would be quite annoying if you are in fact Japanese, right? But drawing images, not so much. Okay, so we need a trait. I wanted to get rid of the trait. I thought maybe we could get rid of the trait, but we're gonna have a trait called filter. And it's going to have a function called filter that takes a reference to self. And then it's going to take something, maybe a node. You could do Japanese at line and then launch term. Fair enough. So this thing has to return a bool. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What was that about? So if we have a filter, we have a query, and then we implement filter for query, then we can do this for T with T implements filter as well. And then why don't we implement filter for... Maybe we implement filter for the kind. Would that actually make sense? Then we need to do this. Oh, my head is not into this. So we need to be able to chain these filters. That's the thing. All right, why don't we just write the filter stuff separately? So we're going to have a filter chain here. And then we're going to implement filter for the chain. Filter chain. So this is gonna be so that we can combine filters. So they are not, we don't have the ORing yet, right? But you can say filter by tag at this position, or filter by attribute and tag kind of thing, right? So you can combine these, because maybe you're just looking for all the shit, what is it called? Well, whatever. So, okay, we need to be able to do this then. We should also have match self dot a dot filter node. This is weird. Right? Doesn't that look weird to you? So much pinky typing with that. I don't love it, but yeah. I think maybe, so this is just bad typing habits, but I'm thinking that maybe the ideal keyboard doesn't make you use the pinky finger at all, other than like control and shift. What would it be like if we moved everything one skip to the, no, that would mess things up. Yeah, it would not. You don't use the pinky? The Moonlander was worse for this, though. I'm actually... This one is bearable, but the Moonlander was like, no. Okay, so now we have to say where A implements filter and B implements filter. So now we can chain filters. So we can even add a chain function here that takes ownership of self, and other is something that implements filter. And it's going to return how is that a caret? Because that's the control key. Oh my goodness. Oh, can we have this in return position now? Oh, that's in the wrong place. We can. Cool. Tab and caps lock only. Control is side of palm. What keyboard do you use? Control is side of the palm. Alt and super are thumb. Yeah, Alt and super are thumb for me, but what layout do you have? I thought you used like a vanilla keyboard. All right, so the filter chain is all done. Keyboards. I don't know why I picked plural, but like just grabbing a random keyboard. Your fingers are resting on the home row. I see. Ah. I see, I see. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. Is it rotated? I see. Okay, so we can filter. Then we need to implement the visitor for anything that implements the filter. Since the trait is private, that's not an issue. So let's grab this from the query. Okay, this is pretty chunky, so we're gonna try to reduce this. Import. Well, we kind of need to attach something to it. Hello, Cypher. I guess we can have a struct called query run that is generic over T, where T implements filter. Like such. And then this has to implement filter. One thing that split keyboards does, though, it does force you to be a little bit more proper with your typing, whatever the flip that means. But yeah. But as I demonstrated yesterday, the microphone really doesn't help, but you can't really get rid of it when you're streaming because it makes the stream really awkward, right? Do we really have a widget kind there? Yes, we do. We don't care about that. Okay. So here we have to do self. If self dot filter. And is it the element? No, that's a mutable reference to the element. All right, so we have to change this a little bit. Well, in my mind, I'm just thinking that T implements filter so we can filter. F is the function that we're gonna call. So it just makes sense. I guess you kind of get used to it, right? So you start off with no generics, and then you add a generic argument, and there are no trait bounds. So this is now just a container. But the moment you start adding trait bounds, like debug, now whatever we do, we know that we're going to use T for debugging, right? There is no, I don't know, they will just make sense one day. It's hard to say how I've internalized this. They will just make sense. So if we do filter, then we're supposed to call F on one of these things, and we're looking for F in here. There it is. So we're gonna do this. Not sure what continuous means here, because I took this from another code block. But all this code that we see here can be deleted now. It has to be moved into its own thing, but still. Oh, continuous means are we calling first or are we calling each? Okay, so yeah, that makes sense, right? But then this doesn't make sense to express it this way, so we're gonna change this to filter. Man, I should be able to spell filter at this point, right? I don't know what this is. We're just gonna call it F. And then we do continuous bool, right? So if we do this on, if we create a filter to just run on the first element, then continuous is going to be false. If we're doing it on each element, then it's going to be true. So that's why we have this thing, right? So if it's not continuous, then we're going to break with a false here. Otherwise, we're just going to return this thing. And that's the entirety of this, right? Morning, sweetie. Missing a lifetime for the blueprint. Where did the attributes come from? I need to find out what that is. So query self.attributes get. Okay, so we need attributes as well. Are associated types just name generics? Well, thank you, Bulov. Associated types named generics. I don't know how to answer that question. Okay, so associated types means that you are specifying the type at the calls at the implementation, whereas with generics, you can specify them at the call site. So if you have a trait called search and it has an associated type called key, then whenever you implement that trait, you have to specify what the key is. Although arguably you can still do this, a lot of use cases of associated types is to reduce noise, right? But now we have generic associated types, and that changes things a little bit. Okay, so we need self attributes on here, which is gonna be attributes. So we are introducing the lifetime here. We can just do this. All right, so we need to have the lifetime here, which means we need another lifetime here. And we need the blueprint lifetime as well. And we're going to do it in that order. Keep the order good and proper. So this is now the filter. And this is supposed to get a mutable reference to an element instead. So we can change the filter to have an element. So the element has a lifetime. So we don't actually need to specify the lifetime there, but we can. And since this is not gonna exist outside of this code, we're okay doing this. It's essential for if you want to access variables in a previous function would normally have dropped the value. No, it is not. You cannot access values. Lifetimes just helps the compiler. It doesn't change anything, right? If I have a function here, all right, let's do this. Trait Good enough. Let's say that we have two traits. Trait A, and that has an associated type of X. And then we have trait B, that is generic over T instead. Okay, so when I use A, whoops, I can take something that impulse A, and when I use B, look at this, right? I need to specify the generics for B. So here, I am letting the implementation dictate what this type is. Here, the call side dictates what the type is. So here I might say string, right? I gotta have some type there. But here I don't specify the type. I mean, we could do where X equals string, maybe, right? But in general, we don't have to. So there's a lot less to do in there, right? So let's say that you had X, Y, and Z in there. That would translate to X, Y, and Z. So now you're gonna have to specify what these are everywhere you use them, right? Whereas here, we just leave it to the implementation. And so we can do impl, let's do struct thing here. And let's impl A for thing, and impl B for thing. And then here we need the X, Y, and whoops, R again. There's a full stop in here somewhere. Okay, no, I had ruined that. Okay, never mind. All right, give me a second. Okay. Back we are. Yes. So okay, do you see the thing here, right? We have to specify these types here at the implementation, right? So we have to say that this is equal to some type. Whereas here we don't. Why does your parsing suck? What language did you write it in? So here, okay, so just does this make sense, right? If we use B, we have to specify the types here. If we use A, we can just depend on it at the implementation, not where it's being called, right? You can still make use A where A x impl clone. No, you can't say that x has to impl clone here. I don't think. You can now. I don't think you could do that in the past. You can now. But that's... If you need that, then you might use generics, right? But if you don't, then this is fine, right? No, I just started, Nick. An hour ago. Alright, so let's remove the tracet. Oh, that's good practice though, Wire. As long as you're enjoying it. Okay. So filter now takes an element, so we're gonna change that. And so we have a lifetime on filter now, so we're gonna put that in there. I did, Ramadan. How was yours? Still need the same lifetime. It's a day. Flaky test. Cornflakes. What? All right, and then wow, what a mess I've made. What a mess I made. All right, so this filter needs to change. Into that. There we go, right? Well, pret parsing so I'm obviously not particularly skilled in this stuff, but pret parsing to me is the go-to for any expression parsing. And then statements you can use top down or whatever, right? But for expressions, I find it hard to beat pret parsing. So I combine a pret parser with a top down parser. Actually, mine is not really top down. It kind of is. It's oddly expressed. But I'm using states for my parsing. But not yeah. But anything, what about like function calls and all that stuff as well, right? That would also be, I mean, anything that is an expression, right? Okay, so was that it? Do we now have chainables and all that? Do we implement filter for the kind? Chris Pratt parsing. That's the worst kind of parsing. So what do we need for this thing? So this needs the attributes then. So why don't we just pass in the attributes here? Does it have a lifetime? It does, but in this case, we don't really care about the lifetime. So we're changing the filter function now. No, we talked about it yesterday, and I scrolled through it a little bit to see some things. That's by attributes. I implemented the wrong one. Why is by tag empty? Huh? Oh, right. Oh, okay. There it is. There it is. I was just wondering why is by tag empty, but so this is gonna be for attributes then. And then here we're just gonna say ident is equal to tag. That's all we have to say there. But let's call it L for element. Okay, now we have to update the filter to look different though, because we're changing this function. So this is what we do now. Excuse me. Why would it's a reference to string, that's why. All right, so filter needs to have access to attributes as well. So we're just gonna pass in self.attributes, and there we go. All right. You can. That's almost Rust for you, though, Wire. There's very few things in Rust that aren't expressions, right? If statements are actually if expressions. Oh, can someone put the kettle on, please? The only thing you can't do, bindings aren't expressions in Rust, but the rest is. So for those who don't know, that means that you can do things like this. And it will compile. Hello, Undefined. How you doing? So really, this is what we're looking for. Get rid of that. Don't need that. Although we do need this. Okay. It is cool. All right, let's see what the attributes looks like in the query thing. This isn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. So by attribute just looks like that, and by position just has a position, which we need to bring in. My brain is tripping over itself. Again, we can copy this from the old query. No, by attribute, please. Get the attributes, get the value, load the value, do an equality check, unwrap or false. Then we're gonna move this into query run. No, we're not. No, this is the one thing we don't need. Just get rid of that. And this. There we go. All right. And then this thing takes the position. All right. We want the region. Region contains the position. That's all we want to have here. Get rid of this crap. Clean that up. Right? How easy was that? So we should now have chainable filters. Well, no, I tell a fib. We haven't actually implemented this fully, but we kind of have. And it's sort of less complicated than what we have. So we have this chain function, but I don't think that's quite right. And we have to sort of tie this all together now. Where's my bitrate red? You know, who knows? So we get by attribute for the filter, and we need to be able to chain these together. So the filter itself needs to be able to do this. So maybe this should be, maybe these should be functions on the kind. But that seems weird. Because, well, it could be on the filter. All right, so by tag, and then we need to have the tag here, would return a kind by tag with a tag, right? Okay, yeah, so again, lifetime elision is at play here because we have a reference to self, which means we have to name the lifetime. But again, not a biggie, right? Okay, so we can now do a byte tag, but we can't execute the query. Do we have any tests in here? We really don't. I think we need some tests for this to actually work. By tag. So we need a widget tree to test on. So we can end up with elements. And what does that look like? Yeah, these tests are hairy. I don't love that. Do we have tests in here that we can use? We have scope test. Maybe this will work. Or we can base it on this. Are we using this anywhere? Oh, yeah, in these horribly large tests we are. Have you read Crafting Interpreters, Apollo? This isn't great. And I think this is a red herring. This, I want to find this. Oh no, okay, that's not what I want. All right, we can manually build it up then. Because tests we need. There's no two ways about that. Hello, Vinci, how you doing? Fair enough. Oh yeah, Vinci. In every possible way except in price, right? Because the Ferris is way cheaper than a DeFi. Especially if you can build it yourself. If you build it yourself, a Ferris can be like $30, $40, right? Whereas a DeFi, it's gonna start you off at like $370, right? But if we go to something like mechboards.co.uk and find the sweep. Let's see what the... So corn is £35 for a kit. I don't think that includes switches. Lily 58 is £45. Do they do a low profile Lily? The Soffle is this thing? Do they do a low profile of these? Yeah, they do. Oh, that's kind of cool. No idea how useful these are. Probably not. But you have to build them yourself, right? Did they not have the Ferris in here? Yeah. So I think the Lily 58 looked a little bit more interesting. Honestly, I thought they'd show the Ferris in here. But yeah, a corn keyboard or Ferris is going to be cheap. But you have to build it yourself. And they might not include switches though, right? So this doesn't, this is the PCB. It does not speak as to Yeah, and 2 controllers. And switches and keycaps are not included. So, all right. So for this keyboard, this corn, you would need £35. Sorry, £35 gonna get you the board and everything for the PCB. I don't know if it includes a cable even, but you have to buy caps, switches, and controllers. But controllers aren't expensive, right? They usually link to controllers down here. Do they not have links to controllers? All right. I've built a few on stream. I think it's really fun. And it's a really nice sensation to use a keyboard that you built yourself. But I don't know about the rest. What am I talking about? Man, I am all over the shop. Yeah, so you can get 2 controllers as well. I mean, I have a whole box full of controllers. I think I have like 5, 6 controllers in a box, right? So if you already have a bunch of switches and caps and controllers, then all you need to do is buy the board and hop to it, right? But if you don't want to build a keyboard, Vinci, then yeah, I'd suggest the Digma. So to me, of all the split keyboards I've tried, Digma is the best one, right? Like I said, the Fairy Sweep has a special place in my heart because I built it myself and it's quite fun. But in terms of actually using it, DeFi is the better one. All right, we need to have a function that produces with the tree. Build a Chocofy? I don't know what that is. So this looks very similar to your sweep. So if you don't, DeFi does not have QMK. They do not. I said this to them. This is the first thing my community is going to ask. Do you support QMK? And it said, officially no. Fairs with 1 extra thumb key. Yeah. I mean, that key does probably does a lot, but I would not bother. If you don't like this thing, then you're not going to like the fairies, I don't think. No, I don't think so either. So I think if you already have this, then, you know. Why are the keys in these locations? Well, that's where your thumbs go, right? That's where your thumbs go. These I don't get. Like, this isn't convenient to like, what are you gonna like palm slap them? I don't know. Screw them then. You say that, but honestly, I'm quite happy to just use a keyboard that works and that is really quick and easy to configure. The part of me that likes to tinker, I'm happy with QMK and the fairies, but the part of me that wants to be productive wants the DeFi, right? There you go, Apollo. QMK is not, no. It's not an opinion, D3. It's just you being straight up wrong now. Okay, so I'm not... any other day, D3, I would have been... we would have had a good conversation, right? About this, but I don't have it in me. I don't think so. QMK means you have to put your keyboard into bootloader mode and you have to compile and upload your new config and whatever. Yeah, okay. Via and Vial do it. Or Vial is probably the closest you're gonna get to what base core offers you. But then you're kind of just using QMK under the hood then, right? It's like suckless but for hardware. I think that's a good analogy, but it's not one that you choose, right? When you can just configure your keyboard wirelessly, might I add, while using it without having to reboot the keyboard, right? I can just go and change keys now as I see fit, right? I don't want to make those changes though, but you know, and then you hit the save button and the new configuration is on your keyboard in less than a second, right? With QMK, I'm talking about QMK, not a layer on top of QMK. With QMK, it's a lot different because then you have to put it into bootloader mode, load the thing on, erase the old ROM, not in that order, upload it and restart the keyboard. And that can take a few seconds. And that's really annoying when you're faffing about, right? Yeah, I feel you. I think having a bigger thumb cluster, which is why I'm happy with the DeFi. So it's a how do you do you have like combos then? Water bottle? Do you use combos for things like curly brackets and escape and stuff? It's insanely nice. Oh, it's not a concern. Thank you for the follow. For some reason, do I know you, vocalist, in any way or form? Have we indirectly spoken? I wonder. So because of the Ferris sweep, right? Let's open up the Ferris sweep picture here. Because of how this is designed, you have a limited amount of keys that you can use, right? So you have 5 keys in 3 columns, right? Use layers, right? And then the thumb keys here. So when you're typing, okay, in that case, you're going to end up with many layers, and that's fine, right? So holding down one key changes the configuration, right? I can show this here in base code, right? So if I push some keys, if I push these keys or these keys, then it changes the configuration of the keyboard, right? So holding this key down takes us to layer 2, which is where I have curly brackets, square brackets, and the minus sign. I'm not loving that, I have to say. I'm not like really into it. I think I'm gonna end up changing this. But one of the things that really did me in when I was using the Moonlander was my constant reconfiguration, trying to make it good for every situation. It didn't work right. So yeah, square brackets, curly brackets, minus and equal signs. They are visible on the second layer, or they're active on the second layer. So I hold this button and I get to the second layer. This is the third layer, which is like the media layer for, you know, volume and function keys and shit, right? Do I know what the software is written? No. And I don't care about this thing. I just care that it works. When I'm building my own keyboard and messing around with something like the sweep, then I care, right? Because I'm building a keyboard, I want to mess around with it, right? You're hacking on it yourself, doing things, but that's not it. 4 new ones. There has to be better cups than these, but okay. Yeah, home row mods don't work for me. I don't like tap dance, which is when you like double tap a key to do something. And I don't like press and hold to change the meaning of keys, because that also disrupts me quite a bit. So the only other thing then is layers. But with the Ferris sweep, you end up with layers to layers, right? So you can, like, you have a lot of buttons. You have 34 buttons. And by pushing one of those 34 buttons, you can change the meaning of all the other 33 buttons. And by pushing one of those buttons, you can change the meaning of all the remaining 32 buttons. So you can see how many permutations you can have. But it can get quite involved. Yeah, I mean, yesterday, like I showed you guys yesterday, if I'm relaxed and I don't have a microphone in my face, I have no problems typing on this thing, right? I can bang out 100 to 140 words per minute in a terrible monkey type with 100% accuracy on this keyboard if I'm relaxed and I don't have the microphone in my face. The moment I add the microphone, my monkey type suffers significantly, right? Right? It's rubbish, right? Okay, that was a lot better than I expected, okay? I'm not being humble. That was actually a lot better than I expected. Yeah, but without the microphone, it's a lot easier. The microphone is positioned between the key halves, which is very nice to be able to do this. I know some people keep the key halves very far apart. Let me try a monkey type where you keep the key halves at sort of shoulder width apart, right? And I think this is going to be interesting. That's how far I got, right? It's not that bad. The accuracy is terrible, right? Yeah, it suffers a lot. All right, let's try it without the microphone. Let's try not to get tangled up in the cables too. Oh man, I tripped up on the last one there, didn't I? Yeah, I'm not doing too well with this today either. But I have like 16 excuses if you want to hear them. I am nowhere near this fast on the ferry sweep though. Oh no, absolutely. There's no, that's just the interface though, right? Yeah, to me, that doesn't really work with the ferry sweep for some reason. It was too finicky. But you're missing, I think the ferry sweep could do with having like 3-4 more buttons and it would have been fine, right? Oh, well, that's just cheating. Then it's probably the unicorn typing for you, right? How's the sound on the DeFi? All right. That depends entirely on your switches, but let me adjust the microphone. Clack. Yeah, I have no idea what that sounded like to you guys. Yeah, but I mean, there's something nice about it. I have my ferry sweep in a bag. I take my ferry sweep with me when I go to things like, you know, my mother-in-law and stuff. I think the DeFi is too large for that. All right, this one isn't fun to travel with. I mean, you put them together and they're still going to be smaller than your average keyboard-ish, right? Bar the wrist rest. Maybe it's about the same size, like a 60% keyboard like that. But if I were going away for more than a night or so, then yeah, I would pack this with me. Otherwise, no. This one starts off at $370, roughly, US dollars. But like I said, the DeFi and the Moonlander and all these keyboards, they're one step up from your... They're not like your homemade hacker keyboards like the Sweep is, right? That you build yourself and you tinker with and such. These keyboards are a little bit more upscale, if you will. Yeah, and it starts at 370. If you max it out, it's gonna land you around 600. If you have wireless, tenting, underglow, all the extra keycaps and everything. But the nice thing about this keyboard is that once you buy it, you can buy replacement parts for it if you break it. If you dunk it in a cup of water, you can buy a new PCB for maybe $25 instead of a new one, right? But it certainly is an investment. Now, you don't have to buy this keyboard. Specifically this keyboard you cannot buy because it's mine and I'm not sharing. But it is worth investing money in a good keyboard because you're going to use it a lot, right? I think it's also fun to build your own keyboards if you go into that stuff, right? I have thought about the Wizard. I have thought about it. I have tried. Hello, Bean Juice. How you doing? Oh, did I miss a game doll? Where? Oh, there you are. So sorry, Bean Juice. Let's get the game doll open. I think it's worth investing money in a good keyboard, right? It's really the flip is this. I don't know this game. It's not a Ratchet and Clank game, is it? It's not. Was it Star Fox? It's not Star Fox, is it? Oh shit. Wait, I didn't select Star Fox 2. Come back, I didn't select Star Fox 2. I selected Star Fox. I'm pretty sure I was wrong. What is this copy and paste jobby? Alright, hang on. I gotta go over here and see this. I typed star and I scrolled down to Star Fox. I must have accidentally clicked Star Fox 2, but I thought I clicked Star Fox. Yeah, it was from 2017 as well. We're not gonna play this one though. I don't accept my win. Okay. I did not select Star Fox 2, old man. Okay. You know what? I never watch my own clips, but I'm gonna watch this. Alright. Oh yeah, no, I totally, there was not a shadow of doubt that I clicked Star Fox there, right? I'm just not there, right? I'm just brain spacing out a bit. Yeah, and I clearly selected it too, but in my head I didn't. I really do mean grinding. I feel like I've seen you live the whole. Oh yeah, yes. Sorry, I am expanding cube. I have to get. I didn't have to do anything, but I want to get this thing out. Right? I want to get it released. You should not have clicker keys around other people. I don't think that's cool. I tried tactiles for something. I have some tactile switch somewhere. But it might have been a speed switch, which I don't like. I just don't like speed switches in general. Yeah, it makes sense, Lasma. In this case, I won, but I don't accept the win because I wasn't going to choose that, right? My brain went and did it for me. No, you can. So this is the thing, Apollo. I don't know why people associate mechanical keyboards with loud keyboards, right? Not all mechanical keyboards are loud. You have linear switches. The mechanical keyboards can be incredibly silent, right? Minus the plastic rattle you get from cheap keyboards, right? It's just that I choose to have box white switches. They are loud, right? I can't say that without having to censor myself, Marvin. Yeah, and I bet they're not loud. Yeah, there are mechanical switches don't make a lot of sound if you have tactile or linear switches, right? There's a lot you can do to reduce the sound, unlike cheap, nasty keyboards with rattling space bars. No, it's not true, Bean Juice. I just don't make choices with my brain, like most people. Yeah, and you have foam and everything you can use, right? So I want to get my wife a keyboard, a custom keyboard. I should probably start thinking about doing that at some point, shouldn't I? And she works in an office, so obviously we are gonna put MX Blues in there with sand in them. Now, so we choose something like a tactile or a linear switch. We would put in a lot of dampening foams, make sure to lube everything up good and proper. There's not to make any noises, right? Oh, that's cool, Bean Juice. Box Jade with PVC keys. I've seen sand in keyboards on YouTube as well. Okay, so I have to write a test for this thing, but apparently I'm failing at that. And I guess that's okay. I did, Lazamat, and I fixed it. And after that, I drastically improved performance on the rest of the code. So we kind of went from something. I know I can't show you this because of the encoder is gonna make a mess of it. Some things I guess you can't show on stream, but yeah. I think I bought clickies, right? If you guys have tried these are I have some of these, and they are probably the minty greens then. They are kind of interesting, but they felt just too heavy for me. Switches are so very unique. They are very, very unique when it comes to your personal preference, right? I like the buckling spring keyboards. Clicky switches is the closest I'm gonna get, right? Without paying $100 or $150 in shipping for a modern Model M. I mean, don't get me wrong, I want one, but I'm not paying over $100 in shipping, right? Using a single precedence for each operator makes it really simple. Well, there is a precedent table, though, right? here's the precedence, right? I liked how loud blue was because I could be annoyed by typing. There's that. But my office is not in the middle of the living room. No one is listening to me type in this house, so it's not a problem. Yeah, I wish that worked. All right. What do you parse as a statement that I consider an expression? I'm curious. Backspace. You want it to sound like gunfire when you type. Wait, do we have access to templates in here? Ah, come back. We do. So why not just parse some then? The chickens. The chickens are here. Okay, so we could just parse a template then. It has to be done, Enrico. Has to be done. You missed the game, though. By nothing. Like, it literally... Bye, sweetie. We literally just did it. Name things differently, yes. Hello, Fubar. How you going? No, I don't feel like wasting the brain energy on Wordle. I play it on my own, but I don't play it on stream anymore. Ah, I see why. Gotcha. So can we just have a template then that we can parse? Compile? Yeah. And that gives us a blueprint. Okay. You know, connections isn't the most fun now. It was for a while. What's it called? No, I don't want to play a word. Look at here. Strands. I thought Strands was really fun. But then they took it some... Like, the first couple of strands they had were really fun. And then it went really weird. I think one was like Hello Kitty as a theme. And like, what the do I know about Hello Kitty, right? I think the next game I would play on stream would probably be some retro game. Maybe, I don't know. Okay. Once we compile the document, we have to eval this thing. So let's go and look at the runtime. Right. That's why. Not sure, Enrico. What's it called? No, Lasamat. They did not. When I was young, it was just rocks. You just threw rocks. All right. So this is going to give us... Where's the tree? Oh, man, there's a lot here, isn't there? This is kind of what we want to do. But there's a lot of things to do to get there. So that one's fine. That one comes from the runtime. Okay, no, the eval context is there. Okay, we're good, right? What kind of signal handling? Okay, so we have to make this work. Morning, Excel. Ah, shit. I knew I forgot something. Breakfast. All right, I'm not going to start swearing. I need to grab some breakfast shortly. We need something that contains all of this stuff so we can use that. Oh, that kind of signal handling. No, but I don't think that should be too bad. You could be, Excel. You could be. Sea of Stars didn't really speak to me. Sea of Stars was this new JRPG thing, right? And that to me looked way too linear, if I'm thinking about the right thing here. There was a couple of JRPG looking games that came out around the same time. I didn't play it at all. It just looked too linear. I saw other people play it and I thought, well, this game looks way too linear. And then I lost interest. It looked like a Octopath Traveler looking kind of game, right? Now Octopath Traveler has a different look, of course, but I kind of lost interest in Octopath Traveler as well. It was it sort of like started out all right, and then it just felt like this game this game just feels linear, and yeah. No, I just like playing retro games, Beanjuice. I don't care for new games that suffers from the shortcomings of the retro games, but provides none of the nostalgia, right? So we can probably do this in testing, right? But optional stuff isn't the same as not being linear, right? So when your game is basically just following a path, you have like very little exploration from what it looked like, then it doesn't appeal to me, right? And then you take a game like Cyberpunk where you can go and do whatever and you can have as much fun as you want, right? Oh, I don't have to. There are so many of them out there already, right? Hello, Gyratori. Oh god, I have no such perception. There's no such perception for me. I'm happy to play without CRT, with square pixels, none of the scan lines or any of that stuff. Interesting, okay. All right, so we need this eval context to be creatable based on something, right? Yeah, there are I don't know if you guys remember JD. I haven't seen JD for a while. What happened to JD, by the way? Anyway, he did that. He did some stuff with an FPGA as well, and like you could buy these pre-built as well for various like retro consoles and such. But I don't feel the lag in an emulator. But then again, I play games like Starbound, A Link to the Past, and what have you, and then the game's not. I play Gunstar Heroes though. That's a little bit more high paced, but I didn't feel the lag. We played it on a laptop as well, right? So we had my accountant's laptop. We're supposed to do accounting, but we had my accountant's laptop with RetroArch and 2 PS4 controllers sitting there playing Gunstar Heroes instead of doing my accounts. She didn't mind. I have not played Robotron or Stargate. But I might be confusing it with another game though, Bean Juice. That came out roughly around the same time, right? No, I'm reasonably sure it's this game, right? What other game? Really? Okay, maybe it isn't this game then. No, the DLC, okay, will bring. Wasn't it turn-based? What other game came out around the same time then? As Sea of Stars. Maybe I need to look into it. Maybe I'm thinking of another game then. Screeps Arena. Yeah, no. I know Brooksack has been doing a lot of Screeps Arena. Okay. So that scope test is probably not doing what I want. So we're gonna have another struct in here. Hello, Cap, how's night doing? Yeah, it is Gyratorium. Well, it's... You only create this once and then you pass this around. If you're passing all these structs around, then every function that this passes through has to have all these arguments. So whether this was Rust or any other language, I still would do this. I'm alright. I'm alright. A little bit lopsided, maybe. Whatever that means. So we're going to store globals here. We're going to have the factory. And let's have a look at the runtime and see what the factory actually does. Okay. I love you, but stop texting me shit. What was I looking for? Okay, so just factory and blueprint. states. Right, so we need all of this to be pulled in here. Do we have that? Yeah, we do. Factory, yeah, we do. States, yeah, we do. Not that. That, not that. That, not that. There we go, right? Gave me something to smile about then, right? Templates. But that's such an like weird thing to say. I don't know. I mean, you're not gonna make someone smile more because you tell them that they don't smile much, right? And maybe you don't have anything to smile about, right? Stremlax, I would smile about Stremlax. I just gotta get my hands on some, right? Yeah, let me smile so you can feel better about yourself, you shit. Okay, maybe not that. What are we gonna do here? Okay, so we need to just have a template in here. That's all we can do. So then we get our globals. We need to have the blueprint as well. All right. So we're gonna change you to blueprint without the K. That's true, Dan, but here's something that people don't always think about. Many people choose not to be happy, right? It's a choice for many people, right? So you can totally smile and do things. You can eat good food or dance or sing or do whatever. You can raise your endorphin levels by doing these things, but a lot of people choose to not, right? And you shouldn't be afraid of your feelings, right? You might be feeling that you aren't really in the mood, and maybe you're mourning a dead pet, for instance. You could make yourself smile, but you don't feel like doing it. You want to wallow a little bit, and in doing so, you're getting through the pain instead of like trying to shove it on the carpet, and it's gonna sneak up on you at 2 in the morning, drop kick you in the neck, and then stare you in the eyeball and let you know what's what, right? Choose harder, cat peasant. You can be induced. I've been doing it for 4 years on live, on stream. I must chase user space net. Wait, how are you getting on with that, cat peasant? Right? Like this is way beyond me, right? I don't know how any of that stuff works, right? And I saw people in your chat as well talking, and it was like half the chat seemed helpful, half the chat just seemed to flex, right? You're like someone's doing something, and then someone would just randomly start talking about what they're doing that I don't know, right? It's just sometimes people just want to get a flex in, and I don't mind. Like, I mean, go for it. But it was just when I was watching your stream, Catfest, it just seemed like some people just they pretended to help, but they seemed to just want to flex what they knew and what they were doing, right? And it's like asking leading questions as well, right? It's all good though. It's part of streaming. You need a bit of misery to give happiness context. Yeah, Giant, sorry. Sure. I mean, if if you don't, there's no balance, right? You're gonna have a bit of mystery every now and then. But could you let me know when the mystery stops, though, right? Because it's just one bad thing after another. No, I don't mind people flexing that, right? It's all good. I prefer that people flex than incorrectly backseat. All right, so flexing incoming, Enrico, right? How about an anti-flex? I hate all fonts and I'm not going to be happy with them. But that's just a safe stance to take, D3. It's a lot easier to say that everything is rubbish and never commit to anything, right? Right? It's a little bit like saying that all women are terrible, right? Just because you have commitment issues, okay? I'm obviously making this up. Yeah, it's safe. Of course it's safe. You see, you can keep obsessing over it, right? You're not going to get disappointed because you've already, you've already rated everything as terrible. And then, see, this is how I know you never met my mom, right? She would tear you to shreds, man. She would tear you to shreds with prayers, all right? Okay, so we're going to have a factory in here. So let's do a factory. Actually, we need something specific for the factory. States can just be states empty or new. New it is. Hello, Tempe. How you going? Component registry. New as well, maybe? Yeah. Attributes is an attribute storage. But that one's empty because we start off with no values, right? That's right. Floating widgets. It's also empty. And components. New, because that one does other things. Yes, it does. Hello, Cody. But aren't you being a little bit too practical doing this, right? Wouldn't you chalk this down to an obsession rather than anything that is even remotely practical, right? So just sit really far away from your monitor and it solves the problem, right? No, which means that the crispness of the font becomes less relevant, right? It's going all right, Maniac. How you doing? I don't think so. I mean, you've already said that you wasted 2 weeks on it, and assuming that your eyesight isn't miles worse than mine, just settle for a font. If it bothers you, increase the font size, right? Is a good reason for people an overview of current day maintained and modern fonts? So I'm gonna font weekly, BNG. So you're looking for font weekly. Yeah, I don't know. See, I would have maybe considered giving them money, but I didn't like them. I didn't like what they were doing. It's pretty good, Maniac. We're getting very close. Nearsighted is a multiplier of existing blurry. So if a font is smeared, being nearsighted makes it blurrier, yet it doesn't hide the blurriness. No, I am with you. I'm not disputing that, but it's blurry. Get on with it, is what I'm saying, okay? your eyes are shit, the font is shit, just pick one and get on with it, right? You can still read it, you can still read what's on screen, so wasting more weeks, your eyesight might degrade while you're waiting for the perfect font. So when that font comes around, okay, in that case, by all means, right? If it's making it hard to focus, but it sounds almost like an obsession more than anything, right? I did, Cody, and I found out what was a lot faster, and we went with that instead. I skipped changing fonts but selling JetBrains mono. Yeah, I didn't choose this font from a selection of fonts. I was using a different Linux distro one day, and I opened the terminal, and I just instantly loved the font in the terminal, and I had no idea what it was. So I went to find out, and it was a font named Hack. And ever since then, I've used this font, and I have no intention of swapping, right? I just really like this font. To me, it's not just about crispness. It's more about the shapes of the characters than anything, right? Yeah, it was just a straight up love at first sight kind of thing, right? Yes, there is gyratory. It's almost done, Focus Expert. You can use it today, but I'm making it possible to chain queries now, and I'm gonna write some more tests. There is a performance thing that we're gonna add eventually, but we don't need it yet. What about a theme? So I used a theme for the longest time in Alacrity. But then I had an issue with I'm using IO Mirage now, but I had an issue with my eyes that led to I had like a inside the eye there was like a little buildup of liquid that skewed the lens, right? So there was like a peanut shaped in front of my eye all the time, and I just got really tired, mentally tired, like exhausted from looking at my screen because of this issue as well. And I found that a slightly lighter theme was more pleasant. So I didn't spend a lot of time. I spent a little bit of time. I found a theme called IO Mirage, and that theme was easier to look at than the one I had, and that's how I settled for that. There is no proof that light mode or dark mode has any actual impact on your eyesight or anything like that. We talked about this years ago on stream, but it's entirely a personal preference. I really don't like dark themes, and I really don't like watching people streaming with light themes. I mean light themes, right? Because how much that's gonna annoy my eyes is dependent on how much light is around me. And if I don't have all the curtains open and all the lights on, it's really unpleasant, right? Oh yeah, I don't buy that for a second, right? My eyes aren't that bad, and I've spent my entire life in front of monitors, right? No, there is no scientific proof that dark mode or light mode is anything. Like, your eyes have an incredible dynamic range compared to that of a camera, right? You can see details in shadows and highlights in various conditions. It's not a problem, right? I've used solarized shortly, very briefly, but I don't like it. Yeah, if you find it unpleasant, then don't use it. And that's what I do. I don't find them pleasant to look at. I love programming. I think programming is probably the most fun you can do with your pants on. and sometimes without your pants. I think there's very few things that I enjoy outside of programming. I mean, I do have hobbies like programming, but still. Phil, how you doing, buddy? How you doing? You guys can share links. I'm not gonna get into it though. Like this, I don't mind these conversations, but today I'm a little bit too tired. Have you tried baby cucumber dipped in cottage cheese? Oh no, but that seems like an interesting take, protein wise. Yeah, so the cucumber contains pretty much nothing, and the cottage cheese is high in protein. Morning, Scott. Yeah, I started a bit early today. Yeah, you need to add some flavor to cottage cheese. Cottage cheese is kind of gross though, right? But I put in scrambled eggs and stuff sometimes. Slightly better. Happy to hear it. Yeah. Is it like it might take a while, Phil. I'm hopefully you'll be fine, right? That's quite common to have modes. For instance, my phone reduces blue light mode after a certain time and such. So that's common, and that I agree with. I don't love staring at my phone at midnight without any kind of. I don't like staring at my phone at all, but you know. Are there any corporations you think are doing good in the software industry? Honestly, I don't keep track of what organizations do in the software industry. You love cottage cheese? That's good then, because there's lots of protein in it, right? Can you read this issue and be upset with me? Okay. I'll pop it open, BGs. That's what everyone's telling me with hopefully tactile then. That's because you don't know how long it will last for, Phil. But to me, I'd say I wouldn't be... If I got it again, I'd be annoyed, but nothing more, right? Is it normal to be miserable and hate life? I mean, it's a choice, though. It's a choice to be miserable. And maybe that sounds like mean to say. You can be miserable and happy for a given period of time, but after a while, you're just indulging your own notions, right? By staying in it. You don't have to stay in it. But there's nothing wrong with staying in it, right? You might be comfortable where you are and then choose to be in it, right? I can't be upset about this issue being just because I don't care. There's an issue that I don't care about. I don't know how I'm going to be upset about it. Oh man, are you not taking time off if you're sick? Jeepers. I don't think this is a problem anymore, right? Like old plasma TVs and stuff would have burn-in, but no. Not really bean juice. I didn't feel like I was invested to care in it. It was a problem with a font that I don't use by someone who's doing something I don't care about, right? I'm sorry, I can't get invested in that, right? I choose to spend my sympathy elsewhere, okay? There's a limited amount of sympathy. I think like if people want to be miserable, if people want to develop like poor me mentalities, which is not uncommon, right? That's fine. You should acknowledge it if you have it, right? To yourself at least. Because some people don't. They're like, oh, everything is going wrong in my life. I mean, I say this jokingly, but I mean, look, shit's not going too great. But I can laugh about it, right? But you can't sit there and just list everything that is wrong in your life and how you dislike situations and everything is bad. And it's like, and if it's not in your local vicinity, you'd be like, all right, my wife is seeing another man and he's also my brother and my father at the same time, right? So when you're done exhausting that list of things that are terrible in life, then you start off with the world. It's like, oh, the world's going to shit. There's plastic in the ocean. And like, you'll just find countless things that people believe the earth is flat, and or was it the other way around, right? .96 DPI, is that the default? And we're going to have a context here. Now we do need mutable access to self for this thing. And we're going to return an eval context here, right? No, Bean Juice, this was not a ranting about what you said. This was more about this, right? Is it normal to hate life, right? The microplastics give me super. Why are you guys even dealing with microplastic? Just eat actual plastic, okay? Microplastic is just like baby food of plastic. Eat the real stuff. When on your way somewhere, just bring like a Tesco grocery bag and you can just nibble on the corners, okay? I think people are being too sensitive about this stuff, right? They're like, oh, I want only microplastics. Big baby. Eat the real stuff, man. I can understand that, Locke. Macroplastic? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so now we have to create this thing. Exactly, right? Now people just complain about it. Okay, so to create this context, we're first gonna do test thingy new. We're just gonna put a test in there. Oh, Nelly. Okay. Test thingy. All right. Okay. Of course, I've named things incorrectly as well, didn't I? So we have component registry. Floating widgets. There you are. Whoops. And then what else do we have? Oh yeah, so that has to be floating widgets up here as well. Okay. Globals exist on self. We have that. That should be self globals then. We're going to return a reference to a blueprint as well with this eval context. All right, let's see what else we got. Component registry. Oh yeah, there it is. Attribute storage. Okay. Expected lifetime parameter for that. Okay. Then that's not gonna work. Is it? Man, built-in shaders, right? Yeah, I have something wrong with my corneas. So if I'm tired or stressed, my eyesight degrades pretty drastically. It can get to the degree that I can't like read subtitles on TV and stuff, right? There's a TUI thing with shaders. I'll take your word for it. When I get really stressed, I get a peanut. That is true. It was a result of stress that happened. I've been getting this weird thing with my eyes where I see ghost text around text I'm reading. Well, go to an optician, Apollo. You go to an optician or an optometrist, and then you say, I see these weird things. And I mean, there might be stress. It might be whatever, right? But go and ask an expert, right? What is for? Fake. Make believe. Pretend. All right, should we go and get some breakfast? Okay, I think I'm gonna just grab a bowl of yogurt with some apple, grated apple and PB2 because that's lovely. Okay. So do I have like an AFK thing I can run for? I don't. Don't you have health insurance, Apollo? I don't know how much, but to see an optometrist though, maybe we could be in juice. To see an optometrist shouldn't cost that much though, right? What's the average price? The cable keeps going under the carriage return, right? Average price for an optician in the US. Actually, that's gonna be the salary, yeah. How much does an eye exam cost? $135. All right, so about $200 then. Yeah, I don't think like things like opticians and dentists and cosmetic surgery and stuff is not covered by insurance, I'm guessing, in most places, or it's not covered by free healthcare in Europe as well, right? Like NHS, I don't know if you have like an NHS optician or optometrist, right? All right, so can we knock out a quick AFK thing here? Color new AFK, and let's put some defaults in there. I really need to have a command for this. Timer. You still have to pay for eye test, but I was through But I was, though they were NHS subsidized. No, I'm guessing an eye exam's not going to set you back £200, right? Probably, what, £50 maybe? 50, £60? They get your own glasses, though? As opposed to as opposed to contacts. Glasses are expensive, though. Okay, so we're going to have a component called timer. And we are going to implement this thing. No, that's not what I wanted. All right, I haven't added that. That's why. So cargo, add, anathema. There we go. No, glasses are probably not. So glasses will probably set you back anything between 200 to £1,000, right? What? $100 for glasses? That's dirt cheap, mate. But do the eye exam, right? There's nothing bad about doing that, is there? Probably just want the tick here, don't we? Yeah, what do you think? When I saw a big black growth in my eye, man, I freaked the flip out. I thought for a couple of seconds that maybe I have cancer, like retinal cancer or whatever it's called, eye cancer. And I looked at the opto dude and I was like, "What is that?" And he just sits there quietly. And I was like, could it be cancer?" And he still sits there quietly like a POS, right? And then he goes, "Nah." I was like, thanks. Why don't you just... I lost probably 10 years of my life in pure stress there, right? Ironically, he tells me that it's a result of stress. Okay? Anyway. $100 for glasses is really cheap, though. No, I think that we're just not keeping up with fashion, Temporis. 5 years max left to wait. There is some interesting stuff that's going to come out in medicine, hopefully. Yeah, that's insane, Apollo. That's like really cheap. I think if you were to buy glasses in, I don't know, say Germany, for your average pair of glasses, you're probably paying like 400 to 600 euros, right? Oh, the glass is cheap. If it looks stupid, it looks stupid. Yeah, but then again, Temporis, look at fashion 20, 30, 40 years ago, right? At some point, Temporis, people thought the mullets were the way to go, right? Multifocals are about 800. Yeah, so bifocals are going to cost a lot more, though, aren't they? How you doing, VMT? How you been, buddy? Okay, I was supposed to build something, weren't I? I don't feel like doing math. Just do focus. Yes. So if we're gonna build a timer for this thing, we need to have a state that represents time. I really struggle with the curly brackets. I wonder if that's like my biggest gripe. Where are curly brackets on a normal keyboard? And I get everything but a normal keyboard. They are there, sort of like practically where O and P are on my keyboard. Maybe I could do that. We could try that where O and P is. Because this keyboard is amazing, we're gonna do it now. So we'll stick this on layer 2 then. We have nothing there. These two keys, right? These two keys could be the brackets. I just realized I could have seen the keyboard here, couldn't I? Oh, I thought bifocus and multifocus were the same thing, VMT. What's multi... like, do you have 3 regions on your glasses then? Yeah, but how... It's a job if you do one, though. D3. If you want to move all your keys, then move them, right? So we're going to try this. So I better give these guys a little bit of couleur. All right. That's French for you don't know French. And there we go. Done. We now have this. Okay. Now it's a case of remembering to use it as well. So let's try this again. Struct time. Shit. Oh yeah, no, I have to press shift to get that one. That is a little bit inconvenient. Can you make like a key combo? No, that's shift and control. Cannot fuck with that. Oops, sorry. Oh, I see. That's what you mean. Okay. What do you mean elderly people, VMT? I'm like... I gotcha. I gotcha. All right. So what should we do? We have a tick here. Vial with LS plus key. I don't know what that is, Excel. What is vial with LS plus key? I guess we could just make a second. All right, we're just gonna put a value in there for something. Never gets old. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. On the left blanks, I don't know. What are the left blanks? I think, I'm wondering if you mean the default configuration, though. By default, it uses these keys for the curly brackets, and the equal, that's minus, that's equal, that's square brackets. But I don't like that. I don't like using these keys at all, right? So I'd rather not. I could make this thing be a layer swap, but no, I don't want that. I don't want that. Let me use that with layer swap. It is a bit of a move. I don't use this layer at all. I could just move the thumb there and put it on layer 3. I don't think we have anything. Oh no, I got the numpad on there. Could do these two, but nah. Let's not worry about it. Left shift and then key the quantum stuff. What's the quantum stuff? Should we just do a U size here? Fair enough, D3. Don't worry about it. It's all good. So we're going to make the state into time. Then we have to make this thing into state. Nah, you can't win them all. All right, so let's just have the runtime to register component. I'll call it index template timer shift, damn it, shift 2, and then we need time. We're just gonna call new on that one. Then we have to import time. We need to set the value somehow. I don't know what we're gonna do with that. Let's set it to 10 for now. Oh, Excel, I think I know what you mean then. Like this. This key is a combination of shift and square brackets, so we get a curly bracket. Is that what you mean, Excel? So if I wanted to, I can say that this key is a combination of J with some modifier of shift and, well, I guess we can't have that and dual functions. I don't know. You can also do all kinds of other modifiers. You can have we're gonna reassign this thing shortly, but you can do something like Shift Control Alt. There's a mech key. Hello, Danaka, how you doing, buddy? We're gonna set that to no key. Discard that. Okay, so we just set that to 10. What's this? Oh yeah, okay, the shader. Yeah, we need to add the Braille character so we can do some dot drawings and stuff. Cool. It really is. Can't you just get up earlier, Danaka, so we can game in the morning? But it is really difficult to get the time. Totally agree. Okay, so I'm just not sure what we're gonna do here. Should we do like a timer countdown? We'll tick and we'll do this on like a per second basis, right? So let's do an import for the timer, where we have a new function there as well. I'm not trying hard enough. So you are what one would call a try hard then, are you? All right, so let's say here we're gonna have a remainder of duration from, so we do 1 second That's the duration. Hello, selective. You don't think your employer would be amused if you... well, no, but if you get up earlier before you start work, we can game before you go to the office. Or go to the office, right? 100% in games, yeah, that's fine, right? That's all right. I mean, we got to do the things that entertains us in life, as long as it doesn't come at the expense of other people. I don't think we'll ever implement shaders for Anathema, though. That's not going to be possible. Not with that attitude, it won't be. You clearly don't start work at 5 in the morning, right? Just get up at 4, and then we can game a little bit before I go to the gym, okay? It's perfect. Thank you for the follow, Fabian. Okay, so we're going to have a duration. So for every tick, we're going to do a saturating sub over duration. And when it reaches 0, then we're going to activate, right? So we'll do self.rem is equal to self.rem.saturating sub. We're going to subtract the delta time if self.rem is equal to duration 0. Then... okay, so now apparently I can do curly brackets when I try to move them somewhere else. Then we're gonna return here. Now, if it is, then self.rem suddenly becomes duration from seconds 1, right 10, and then we're gonna execute the state change. So state.value to mute. Minus equals 1. There we go. So now we have a countdown from 10, which is silly. That seems kind of fun. Did you guys see that they made a Borderlands movie and it seems really bad? And I'm really sad about that. I'm not really sad about it, but I wish they didn't. Well, Winter Coding, thank you for watching. As you clearly don't know for being a first-time viewer, we do very little over a very long period of time. Yeah, it just... what a mess, right? Yeah, to my understanding, they have basically done nothing, right? So Tiny Tina's parents are alive or whatever, or whatever the story was. I didn't quite get it, right? But that was like her whole spiel, right? She was this child whose parents were murdered by the Borderlands psychos, right? It's all like standard to ruin video games and anime adaptation in the most blasphemous ways possible these days. I'm trying to think of... wasn't The Last of Us a really good show? Didn't people like The Last of Us? Good game. The first one, I thought the first one was really good. And the TV show was decent, right? What about Fallout? Great game. I haven't seen all of it, so no spoilers, but the TV show seemed really good. Yeah. They weren't some kind of magical whatever. Oh man, they kind of did us in with Borderlands 3 though, right? No, the second one wasn't that interesting. I agree with you on that one. They were murdered by a researcher working for Handsome Jack, and she did so unwillingly. It's only her wife hostage and then killed her anyway. When they hang on, no. They were murdered by the psychos, right? They were murdered by the psychos, and that's why when you... Are you sure? Because when you meet her in the game, she has a cycle strapped to a chair. That's your quest, is basically doing that. You're not confusing this with the woman on the train when you find the echo pads from Liasberg. Yeah, this was best for us to play, but it wasn't as fun because it wasn't that open. I would have loved to play Borderlands 3 though. Late, okay. Alright, that's bizarre. Risk of Rain 2. I bought the first one. I like the first one. All right, so you're helping her kill an innocent person then. Well, innocent of the crime that he's accused of, right? I think one of the greater DLCs for Borderlands 2 was the Bunkers and Badasses. All right, I think that was pretty good. I think that's kind of what they drew inspiration from with the Wonderland, but I don't think the Wonderland was as good execution-wise, right? It heard me talk about it, Tanaka, and you have to comfort it now. I have not played any DLC for BL3. I haven't been able to play Borderlands 3 yet, right? We tried to play it. I tried to play it with the wife on the PlayStation, and the latest and everything, the lag and the frame rate was so shit that it was unplayable. And when we tried to play it, the network latency basically made me constantly appear inside rocks when we're trying to drive vehicles. There isn't really much of a story. Yeah, that's Roland, right? I don't think so, no. Fair enough. All right. Well, if you're gonna play too late, then obviously I can't join you. But if I can, then I will. If you're up for it. Velux, that's very unpopular. I can't believe you don't like the things that other people like. How bloody well dare you? All right, the audacity. You impetuous child. I think a lot of people don't like Borderlands. If you don't like open world games and you don't like the style and the humor is a little bit lowbrow, maybe. I haven't started up yet. Fleshstick is the asshole that sold the parents to Jack's slag research facility. Yeah, that was in that you hear about Fleshstick when you meet her, all right? Hello, Emil. Deep story, something moves, shoot it. Yeah. So yeah, it was really not that impressed by some of the Borderlands stuff, but I look forward to seeing some of it. Now, we're supposed to do, let's do minutes and seconds. Oh, with a 7. Then let's count, let's subtractify. Come on. There we go. Borderlands 1 to Human was instead is great. 1 3 missed the mark completely. Maybe that's how it is, right? I don't remember much from Borderlands 3. I remember my wife found this revolver and she refused to like move on. She found this revolver which dealt decent damage, but she had it for like, I don't know, 10 levels or whatever. Right? She just kept hanging on to the same gun forever, and I'm just thinking this gun doesn't do any damage anymore. But she refused to get a new one. Oh yeah, the pre-sequel, I couldn't even get through the pre-sequel. Right. I'm talking about Borderlands 1. And then Borderlands 2 came out, and it had split screens where you could choose vertically and horizontally. We were really excited about it, and we're gaming that a lot. And then Borderlands 3 came out and totally soiled the bed. Okay, so let's subtract from seconds. So sec minus equals to 1. If seconds are equal to 0, then seconds are equal to 60. Although this is of course not true. And minute should be minus equals to 1. But this is only if minutes hasn't been zeroed yet, right? So if minutes is not equal to 0. What terrible nonsense is this? So this is just gonna keep, you know, there we go. I can wait for Subnautica 2. I haven't played the first one. I'm not really good at gaming. I understand if you didn't want to play with me, Diablo. I'm really bad at games. Is this it? Can we do this now? And if the whoops, that was backwards. Right, so we don't do anything. So we start this off by setting it to 2 minutes and 3 seconds. And then we actually have to make the template for this thing. We're not going to have you in there. Instead, we're going to change you to index. Oh yeah, then we have to make the template as well. So here's some one where it would have been nice to do some string formatting, but I guess we don't. Okay. Oh, minutes and seconds. There we go. So we have a countdown. So is there a sequel to Subnautica, or is that like the Frozen thing? Below Zero, yeah. I have not played Subnautica. I don't really know anything about Subnautica. I just gotta sit there and wait until we get to 0. We can do a countdown. There we go. I just want to flex hot reloading again. Man, I would have been done by now. I would have had my breakfast by now if it wouldn't done this. It's not very good either. But we're gonna see what happens if it hits 0. If it's just gonna wait there. Yeah, I've not played Subnautica. Like the last game that I fired up to play, other than Warframe, was Raft, and I laughed because I saw that Temporis had like 40 minutes in it or whatever. And I thought, here's a game where I have more time in it than Temporis. But I only played with my kid, though. It wasn't that fun to play alone. Oh, my wife doesn't like anything. Or maybe that's just me. Now, we don't game. We haven't played board games in a really long time, me and the wife. And we haven't played video games together either in a really long time. It's a little bit sad. Right. All right, so the countdown is working. It's looking really bad. I wonder if we're going to do some brief changes to this thing, right? So we're going to store minutes and seconds on the timer itself instead. And then these are just going to be strings. That we keep updating instead. So we'll change this to self. I guess we can do a reference, a mutable reference to self dot for this, and it will just work. And then here we'll do string new into and then we'll do 3 and seconds. We're not gonna wait for the whole thing again, right? So now we need to update this before we do any returns. So we do that. That means it's already set. So here we'll do state dot minutes dot set. And we can use format for this and actually format it seconds. Oh yeah, no, we don't need not to mute business there. All right. So how do we format this thing now? Self.minutes, seconds. I spoke to my accountant and she showed me some space she'd rented, and I thought, wow, imagine if I had all that space for like streaming and stuff. Would be cool. Hello, Sharp. This is Neil Vim. Okay, so how do we do padding with numbers now? That means we have to look at Rust. Format args is really what we want to look at here, is it? No, padding. Yeah, so :2 is what we want to put in there. Like that. And that's supposed to be surrounded by curly brackets and semicolons. That did not work. Okay, no, it should be 0. Okay, there we go. So when we get to 60, it shouldn't pad because there's 2. Yeah, all right, so that's correct. It was a bit odd though, because we're never starting this All right, we kind of have to initialize this. I don't know. Do you think Neovim would add anything to your code, subcode? Like to your... It's fun, but it might not do anything for you. You can always try things and see where it goes. Hello, Dade, how you doing? There's nothing wrong with trying things. Oh, I know what kind of element we need. But okay, let's do this. Give me some maybe 5 minutes and 12 seconds to do this. I have to create a new one of these. And for this to make sense, we make it chunky. And then we do a cargo run. And I'll be back in 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Wow, it didn't even take that long. Shredded apple, PB2, yogurt, and honey. This is great. It's great stuff. All right. So the countdown works-ish. Should probably be a little bit better, but there you go. Okay. Let's not have a camera on while we're eating. All right, so back to what we were doing, which was this thing, which makes more sense. Okay. See what the issue is here. Cannot find attribute storage in the scope. Okay. Not sure where the scope is coming from. Okay, so this one must be created outside of it then. So the scope has to be made before we can do that. That's all right. We can just pass the scope in. Almost. I'm here, Chris. I'm just eating, and that's not something that that's not something you want to see. Okay, so here was the issue. Attribute storage needs a lifetime that is tied to the blueprint, but the blueprint lives here, so this doesn't really work. Okay, so it's just the attribute storage then. Okay, almost there. There we go. That was delicious. There's a heads up from me here. There's a chance that I might move some of the streams to YouTube in a bit. Do some streaming on YouTube only. That is not because I am being difficult. I'm just letting you know. I will announce this on Discord if it happens. I don't know if I have a choice with coding. I'm not doing it because I think it's good for my community or good for me in any other way. Then I might have to. It depends on how the future goes. I do that right now, boy mail. It might not be for a long period of time. Okay, testing 44. All right, this guy. Hello, Janelle. All right, so this thing wants 3 lifetimes. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, these are different. These are different circumstances. Okay, method was supposed to return data with lifetime 1, return data with lifetime 5. Alright, this is annoying to read. Let's do this. Really? Oh yeah, hang on. Why was that even a thing? Thank you. We need a factor for this thing, right? Yeah, this is not me jumping platforms or anything like that, right? This was more of a heads up in case I have to, right? Isn't Kick basically backed by a bunch of gambling people? No, okay, god damn it. I shouldn't have said anything. This was like maybe the next couple of streams or whatever, right? There was not anything. Okay, forget it. I don't know if that's true to parts. Yes. I was gonna say something snarky to you, Enrico, but then I looked over and saw the music was actually a bit loud. Yeah, all right. I should have not said anything. Forget that I said anything. Let's move on. So what should we do for the factory? We need to register. I think there's like a test. Yeah, here we go. We can just do this for the factory, and we're good, right? Kick is backed by Trumpsters, not even the alt-right, but specifically those whack jobs. Every big Kick streamer that they bought. This is political rhetoric. Really? So are you telling me, D3, that if I say that the orange boy is amazing, they will give me a bunch of money? Oh yeah. What did everyone forget that this guy was a little bit loopy? Right? Suddenly he got a stand-up show and I tried to watch it and it wasn't very good. But you know what I really don't love though, D3? I really don't love that people I watch on YouTube. I get why they're doing it, right? But people I watch on YouTube suddenly I respect them, but suddenly they start talking about Joe Rogan in a good light, and they're doing this just to be invited to his podcast, right? And I'm like, you know, you already have 2 million subscribers on your YouTube channel. Do you really need Joe Rogan in this? Okay, do you really need it? Or health, okay? Politics or health. Yeah, and I don't like that. Aren't these two now under some fire, right? I don't watch Mr. Beast, but you can't be alive and not know who the world's biggest YouTuber is, right? But isn't there a lot of stuff coming out now about like allegations and stuff against this guy, right? And Logan Paul is suing someone for talking about a product he is supposed to make that people lost money on, whatever it is. I don't know, right? Yeah, but he's gone out and said things, right? He's gone out and said like really weird things. So I don't know. It just feels like he's quite happily gonna talk about aliens and, you know, home remedies for cancer or whatever, right? Now he hasn't said anything about the home remedies for cancer that I've heard, but he was one of those people who went on that fucking horse medicine during COVID and stuff like that, right? Yeah, but all the bodybuilders on YouTube, D3, are just steroid infused freaks. They're not, you don't know how good someone's exercise regime is or diet is when it's like half of it is genetics, the other half is steroids. What are you basing this on? You can have really good genetics and do trenbolone and then have really shit workout regime and still build huge quantities of muscles and look like a bodybuilder, right? It's just the whole thing on YouTube, just, I don't know. Really not on fire? I don't know. Yeah, it's a lot of drama. And I know that people like the drama stuff, right? I've watched some and then I'll be like, what? But I've watched some half. I don't have the energy to watch a lot of it, right? But there is one video. It's the H-Bomber Guy's video, man. That was really good. Yeah, that's true. But then again, Temporis, I think you have a little bit of a... there's a little bit of accountability here, okay? I can talk about things that I believe, but when there's like no facts to back them up... how should I phrase this? I think if you have a community of 100 people and you're talking about things, it's fine. But if you have a community of like millions of impressionable youth, right? And I'm not talking about Joe Rogan specifically now, right? But let's say that you are an influencer with a large quantity of followers. Don't we have any kind of responsibility? Like, is it okay? Honestly, I don't know, right? I don't know. Because I'm guessing you got the amount of followers because of who you are. It's hard, right? I don't know how Mr. Beast described a pump and dump he got it in on with Logan. I don't know. All famous rich people have each other's numbers and stuff. Group chats, probably. Okay, fair enough. I consider this thing bad medical advice or just bad in general. Because he's such an influential guy, right? If you go out and say, taking a cold bath at the beginning of the day, I don't care. You do that if you think that's going to help you. And if Joe Rogan says, if you jam ice cubes up your butt, it'll make you live longer and feel healthier, right? I don't care. But when you start doing things that could actually be dangerous and you're talking about it, it's like, oh, this thing is working and it's either stoned or almost dying. You're like, what? No, but that's the problem. When you garner a large community, I think people conflate value from followers. So you can take someone who's a really shit programmer and give them 20 million subscribers on YouTube, and people are going to think that they are an authority on programming, right? We try hybrid. Did they also do that? By all the weirdos we talked to? There are also bodybuilders that completely crap on steroid use. There are, D3, 100%. There are natural bodybuilders, and these are people that I would respect, right? These are people like Jeff Nippard and the likes. They will talk about exercise. They will even talk about steroids and stuff. And they will show research for what they're doing, right? I got respect for those people. Yeah, I mean, isn't he like on Spotify and Netflix as well? As you should, John Neal. But that is the worst thing. I could literally have a better exercise regime that would be better for you if you followed mine, if I shared it, versus someone who's a fitness influencer on YouTube, because they are there. They are where they got to because of genes and steroids. I don't think people really understand how important it is to have good genes, okay? If you have really crap genes, you cannot become a natural bodybuilder, right? You cannot. Any more than someone with celiac can eat wheat or someone in a wheelchair can use the stairs, right? It's just not in the cards for you, right? That's the one. Well, that's another thing. So I know other YouTubers that do this. I think I think Theo is one of them, although I did see something weird about that guy the other day. But I think Theo is one of those, someone who would like push buttons and say things. He said in a video, I don't make reaction content because my videos are too good, or I'm paraphrasing, it would bring down the values of my video because my videos are better. And it just sounded like he says my videos are better than everyone else's, which is why I don't do reaction content. I'm like, what? I'm paraphrasing. You guys have to go and look that up. Don't take my word for it. I could possibly pass a bodybuilder with a shirt on, and I do not weight exercise. Yeah, I have been skinny my whole life. I can work out and eat large quantities of food. Nothing happens. Yeah, I mean, this is very close to my take on it, right? So first of all, I don't think pre-workout is a waste of money, but that depends on what you mean with pre-workout. I don't buy pre-workouts. I don't take pre-workouts. I take things before I go and work out, right? I take a little bit of caffeine and vitamin C and these things that you should have anyway in your life. I just take that some minutes before I go and work out, right? And creatine is so good. I've got my parents to start taking creatine, right? It's not just for your workout, right? It's good for lots of things. So it's not that steroids will make your smaller, it's that your testes could stop producing. You basically stop the testosterone production in your body if you're injecting a bunch of testosterone. And when you stop injecting testosterone, there's a chance that your body doesn't start producing testosterone as it should again. Like the machinery might not start up again, right? And the things that produce testosterone shrinks, right? You can figure out what that means. The term influence makes me chuckle. You know what, Tanaka? I have a contract that calls me the influencer, and I think that's really funny. And I laugh at that. What does that have to do with bodybuilding? Are you trying to talk politics, Enrico? Are you trying? Joe Rogan's coverage of ice bath is a dangerous simplification of the science, but not inherently wrong. My understanding of this is that ice bath, cold showers, and all that stuff will do a little bit for you. There is no papers out there. There's no proven study that will say that this will have any large significant changes. Maybe if you are a star athlete, right? That's my take on it. I'm not going to argue about it. You guys can look it up. You can do your own research. You can completely ignore what I'm saying. It's just not a conversation I want to have again. I want to learn about the actual science. You start actually looking at research, or at least follow. Yeah. So, and if you start looking at the research, you'll find that a lot of these researches, a lot of research is also just nonsense, right? They're like, there are no control groups. They're like, the research on, is it ashwagandha? There's supposed to be this thing you can take, reduces stress, but also supposed to increase testosterone production. But like it was, everyone in the tests were like self-administering the drug, and they were not doing it supervised or whatever. There was so many things around the test that basically makes them meaningless, right? I don't know Goggins, dude, bro. Some people deserve the crowds and shows their dedication. Mark Robber, I have no idea who he is. I don't know who Goggins is. No one kicked dubs. Being anti-vax absolutely is stupid. We know vaccines work and save millions of lives per year. Like, I can understand being careful about the medical field. Generally agrees that there are reasons why vaccines take long to develop. It's not only that, but because people get these anti-vaxxers into their head, that means that shit like polio is still around. When we were kind of done with it. We were done with polio, but it's making a comeback. All right. Dr. Huberman. Dr. Huberman does not sound like science. Well, he's a science bro. You know what? You are. That is a good term for Dr. Huberman, right? I think Dr. Mike is pretty good though. Sorry, hybrid. We're cursed, okay? If a social influencer advertises people to buy some random vitamins or whatever and people suffer from it, yes, they're responsible. Yeah, I think that makes sense, Felix, right? But it's not just that. If I start selling like toggle bits chewables and it's like your normal vitamin C gummies or some bullshit like that, right? Then no harm, no foul. I mean, don't buy it. It's going to be shit, but you know. But if I start saying, assuming I had large enough followers that anyone would care, that if you eat peanut butter, you can cure cancer, okay? If I started saying dumbass shit like that, then yeah. Of course, that's kind of an extreme though. So Renaissance periodization is all right. I do find him a little bit awkward, right? He did an episode where he's talking to this gay woman, and I was actually uncomfortable with the dialogue they had. I know he's just joking and stuff, but it actually made me a little bit like, ugh, right? I still watch his videos, and I got a lot of training. I built up a lot of my workout around his stuff. Yeah, well, the thing is, Apollo, in my example, I am on 2,700 calories a day. I am losing weight. So I have to increase my calories. It's not common that 2,700 calories would calculate as a deficit, I think. Unless you are really into like fitness, but I'm an average person. Yeah, I need jeans too. I only have one good pair left, right? Windows has an update. Good seeing you, John Hill. Godspeed. Is it required to buy one of those nose hair trimmers? The nose hair just keep growing more and more. Sorry, Enrico, I guess so. And ear hairs as well, right? Don't you get hair out of your ears too? I ate a bunch of sugar before my workouts. Well, get your glycogen stores up, right? Creatine, you can take creatine. Creatine has like 0 negative side effects. If you take too much, you can get a dodgy stomach, right? But it's not just for workouts. It's good for your brain as well. There's a proven studies that it's just, yeah, the human body has cold adaptation mechanisms that would kick in when we're freezing to death. Huddles in caves in the north covered in animal skins. You can turn that on with cold enough exposure, right? Yeah, but like, nah, I'm not touching that conversation. The problem is you turn it by putting your hand in ice for 5 minutes. You can increase serum level. Yeah, nope, not doing that. Be careful about having an opinion on sauna cold plungers. The science. Oh yeah, sorry, what did I say? Not touching that. Okay. I started advertising keyboards. If I told you something that was bad for your words per minute, that would be really bad. Well, skill issue. Truth. Dr. Huberman absolutely is a real science bro. He's a professor of neurobiology and ophthalmology, and completed at least more than one postdoc study. Okay, D3. Since you're watching Renaissance periodization as well, what's that name of that guy who was doing all kinds of weird shit? He had a PhD as well, though, didn't he? Okay, let me see if I can find it. You guys think I can spell Renaissance periodization? Are you nuts? Right, it's this dude. So we're gonna go there. All right, we're gonna find this thing. You know who I'm talking about, which is why, Jesus Christ, man, do you think that's natural? All right. Which is why I don't think saying that someone is a doctor having a PhD is actually that meaningful, though, right? I mean, yeah, it means something, but and also just know that all these thumbnails are all fake as well, right? This video with this girl, I thought he was really awkward and it was a little bit hard to watch this, right? Human and Peter Aisha are two people I would trust for advice. I don't feel that Huberman is someone I actually care to watch. All right, I can't find this now, but he did an interview with this guy who. All right, forget about it. You guys can go and look for yourself if you want to, but he did an interview with some people, and on that interview, it was pretty clear that the guy was just making up random bullshit to get views, right? And because of that, now this guy has stopped making these, like, he did like really weird things. He would take a barbell and put like 4 rubber bands at each side and destabilize the barbell and promoting that. And everyone went out and said, well, a lot of people went out and said, like, okay, what is this bullshit now? So this guy stopped doing this like weird, complete nonsensical workout and started trying to do normal workout videos, but no one wants to look at his content anymore because he did this weird thing. He promoted this like short range of motion, right? Not full range of motion, right? He promoted all this stuff and promoted all these really quirky, unstable workouts. And like, this isn't something you should take my word for, right? Go and do some workout and then destabilize yourself while you do a workout. Do a squat and then you try to do a squat on one leg or some dumbass thing like that. And you see that it doesn't make any sense, right? What? What? But if you know who I'm talking about, right? It's all good. Okay. One leg squats are tough. Yeah, that would be unnecessarily tough because you are trying to stabilize yourself. So you're wasting energy that should be going into the muscles you're training to stabilize yourself instead, right? Anyway, I'm not a fitness influencer. I'm not even a fit person. Can I have more rantings, please? No. Offset is at this point ultra known. What do you think Bulgarian splits are? Yeah, so there is yeah, but that's what you do. Then you're training balance, right? It's like running is good for cardio, lifting weights is good for strength. Why don't we take some weights while we're running? No, either you do cardio or weightlifting. Don't combine them at the same time. That is not. What result are you going for? You're going to lose your energy that you need for cardio by doing the weights. You're not going to get all the effort into your weights because you're mixing with cardio, right? And I'm talking about doing some stupid running on a treadmill with dumbbells, which is something I actually tried once, and it was really bad. But there are so many other exercises you can do to train the core. And no, you're not getting me into this, okay? You're not getting me into this, all right? You guys, you try. I'm not doing it. One minute plank. Oh my god, that's so boring. Planking is boring. 1 minute planking does nothing for me. I need to do at least like 40 minutes planking. I am just making this up, so you know. It's just pure bullshit. I'm guessing you mean farmer's carries, right? You grab 2 weights, equal weights, in your hands, and then you walk some distance with them, right? Well, planking is basically an abs exercise, right? Most of us agree with what you're saying. The science also agrees with it. Short range of motion doesn't work for anything except very, very specific muscles. None of them the major ones. Well, there is the research by that Belgian guy that shows that short range of, or limited range of motion, but in the inverse, I don't remember this, have some positive effect. They're doing some research around this now. Hello, Harkir, how you doing? That's how you practice carrying groceries that are heavy. I do this when we go grocery shopping and we come back with 10 bags of groceries. I just stand by the trunk and the wife just piles on the bags until all the grocery bags are on me, and then I walk them in. That's not because I want to flex. That's because I don't want to walk back and forth to the car. So I just like, no, let's do everything in one go. So I just stand there with my arms out and she just pile them on, right? Doesn't work when she buys a lot of milk though. What's that Dr. Wolf dude? All right, we'll just find this. I think it's this guy. Partial pull. Milo Wolf, that's the guy. Milo Wolf. And then partial range or partial reps. Length and partials, right? This is what I'm talking about, right? So this guy, I think they're doing the research now. So I don't know if this is actually proven, but doing like partial. This looks like an animated GIF. You can see the person's back there just moving their leg in the same direction as well, right? Standing on the bar, so you can drop below standing and do maximum down to standing instead of standing and up is the only good limited range exercise I can say is meaningful and average. Yeah, but look into Milo Wolf and the partial range thing, right? That seems interesting. Just need a floor. Well, you should have a little bit more, but yeah, you definitely can, right? Gold standard according to who, right? You just made that up. You're not gonna trick me, Enrico. Partial doesn't do much if you fully extend. No, you have to look at what they're talking about and the research, not that little clip I showed you. I did see a little bit about it, maybe. I'm not sure. There was a lot of Doom things coming out around the same time. Yeah, but that's any exercise. Any exercise where you don't have any time and attention is meaningless, right? It's like arms up and then lock out and then you stay there, right? What are you working out, right? It's only while gravity or while something is working against you, while there's resistance when you're working out, that something happens, right? Have you ever looked at this unfair quiz? Yes, I have. I think I have. What is the output of this program? JavaScript is required. Sorry. The output is nothing, but it's a comment. The program is guaranteed to output nothing. Answer. Score! Bruh.
Bruh. Hey, bruh.
Great quiz. Hello, Crispy. We're just taking a detour to let the livelier part of chat try to engage with me, but they just want to talk about workouts. I don't know. Yeah, that is one of the reasons why I work out. To have life quality when I get older. My physical therapist told me not to do sit-ups because they're bad for my back. Pull-ups or chin-ups, I can do a half. Okay. Never happened. Do it, Harkir.
Muscle mass is a savings account, but I like that, Apollo. That's good. Yeah, and you don't need big muscles. You need to have some mobility. You need to have mobility, and you need to have some muscles. You don't have to be big. You don't have to look like a meat mountain, but you should have muscles to last you. You know, give you better life quality when you get older, right? Can you do an updated version of this? No, I just looked at it. It doesn't work. Now we know what your second stream challenge should be. What should it be, Christopher? Sit-ups are worse than bad for your back. They're absolutely worthless. They do almost nothing for core strength. Like, it's worse than planking. Yeah, and like very few exercises gonna train. Is it like your obliques as well? But more importantly, sit-ups and the stomach exercises doesn't really lead to a six-pack. I mean, they do, but that's a very small part of the journey, right? The common saying is a six-pack is made in the chicken. In the chicken? In the kitchen. A six-pack is made in the chicken. All right. Pull-ups is hard for most people. Of course they are. Pull-ups are hard work. Most of us don't have the resources to do pull-ups properly. We don't have that many daily activities that involves pulling up. Absolutely. I think when you see pull-ups, and don't give me no CrossFit bullshit where people are ripping their arms out of the sockets, right? Like, proper dead hang pull-ups are hard. If you can do 5 pull-ups, if you can do 5 dead hang chin-ups, and you don't exercise regularly, I'm freaking impressed by you, okay? F5 your chat, you got disconnected. Then how does that work? How can I see this then? You can do too much cardio though. A lot of cardio fans are ridiculously overdoing it. You certainly can, and if you're into weightlifting and strength training, you're gonna lose muscle mass if you do cardio too long. I am Nerd Ash. If you can do 5 pull-ups or 5 chin-ups and you don't work out, that's really good. So a pull-up or a chin-up, one of them is easier than the other, but a chin-up from dead hang is arms up and then pulling your chin over the bar, okay? And then back to dead hang again, okay? It's not this, okay? You're not going my, okay? That's not pull-ups or chin-ups. That's dancing. And we don't take too kindly to that around here because I'm really good at it. And I don't want you guys to feel bad. Toggle tits. That sounds like a I don't know, man. Some alter ego, right? Chin-ups are generally a lot easier, right? There's a lot more chest and bicep than it is lats and biceps in that, right? Do it, Farai. Especially overhand. Makes no sense to do half range of motion less now. Chat is going too far. I love it. Please keep it going. I mean, I hate that we only talk about workout this excitedly because it's full of bro science, but I like that there's a conversation going, right? Trainers on strength training for cardio, and yes, that absolutely does screw you. Biggest research says... Yes, so there's a return on investment here, but to counter that, or not really counter that, but to add to that, D3, if you do only weightlifting and strength training and no cardio, your heart is not going to be able to pump out all the blood to your muscles that you need. So cardio is actually really important for strength training as well. I can't do a single pull-up. No, but that's okay. If you don't work out, there is no reason why you should be able to do a pull-up. I don't know how many pull-ups or chin-ups I can do. Honestly, I don't. Software and swollen muscles. Oh man, a muscle up. Now that's taking it to the extreme. CrossFit? Sorry, Doddy. I've seen the CrossFitters. CrossFit pull up. We can disagree with each other and it's fine. All right. Okay, hang on. Strict. All right, maybe I should stand corrected here. Let's watch. Okay, here's where I can't hear anything I'm saying because I got the microphone 2 meters away from me. All right. Dead hang, come on. Okay, you know what? I'll change my mind, okay? This sounds really good, all right? No twitching with your legs, no throwing yourself anywhere. Dead hang. And back to dead hang. If you can do 5 of those, right? I'm freaking impressed with you. So this video should be done by now. Come on, man. Why? So, okay, there's nothing bad inherently about doing that, I think. But I'm getting very... Oh, powerlifter, right? Definitely powerlifter. Okay? You look a little bit larger around the belly, but can these dudes carry shit around, man? You carry 100 grocery bags like that. Yeah, I was kind of waiting for this. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with just swinging around a little bit, right? I honestly don't know where this is going. All right. Oh my god, get out of here. I'm sorry. I was like, okay, you know what? Dead hang, pull-ups, impressive, coming down, back to dead hang. This takes effort. Swinging around. Yeah, all of a sudden you can do 10 pull-ups. How did that happen, right? Well, I mean, you sacrificed your joints, right? Yeah, but then it's going to be intentional, right? Chris CrossFit. The thing is, if you guys like CrossFit, I think it's great. All right, workout is fantastic. Whatever you do workout. You're staying fit. You're gonna thank yourself when you get older, unless you do CrossFit, because then you'll have no joints left. I'm kidding. When you do yeah, but a muscle up is a completely different thing. All right, a muscle up is a flex, right? Joints can be replaced. I shall stand corrected. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to the music and the programming, right? The thing is, I've seen so much weird shit when it comes to CrossFit that I'm not interested in it. But I do think that if you are into fitness and you're doing fitness, even if it's doing CrossFit, that's really good, right? When you're working out, you reduce the risk of like heart disease and any like cardiovascular or liver and kidneys and all that stuff. Like you reduce the risk for a lot of these things, which puts us a lower strain. Less strain on our medical system, right? It's good. I'm really shit at it. Right? Really bad. Last time I went climbing, I just stood there looking at the wall. Like, how do I even start, right? I managed to grab like the first, by putting my feet out, leaning back, and then holding, it was like a weird sort of C shape, but I couldn't go anywhere from there, right? All right. Anyway, good digression. But can we get back to why aren't you guys ever this enthusiastic about programming, right? There's shitloads of bro science in programming too, although it's admittedly quite easy to dismiss it, you know, because you can just test it out. But you're not this excited. How are you getting on, Hakir? Are you making anything fun? Oh, I think it's using commentary though, Hakil. That's like one of the things I really like, because you can do motions to do comments, right? But that's not really a Vim hotkey. It's more of a really good plugin. Procrastination is better than programming, but you guys aren't procrastinating. It's like you're thoroughly engaged in the conversations when we talk about things that have a lot of vague sciences attached to it, right? We talk about anything, you guys are gonna get like involved. Global warming, Joe Rogan, Dr. Huberman, workout, diet. You guys will be like, this guy says this guy says that. I know all the research that I'm not gonna link to, right? But when we get to programming, you guys just like, all right, how are you guys doing? A Wim Hof, get out of here, man. Seems like you haven't had your cold plunge yet. It's actually pretty good now, Hakil. We've improved performance. I'm about to make it possible to chain queries. So you can do by tag and then by attribute and then get it, right? Copium. That's all right, Apollo. Why, like, we're we're all just full of shit. It's all good. It's all good. It's all wonderful. I did not, Doddy, because I have to do this first, but I should push them today unless something prevents me from doing that. I hope all my prototypes break when you update the Deborah. It shouldn't, and you should get a performance boost that you won't notice either. I know how links work, thank you. I don't need you to teach me how a web browser works. Okay? Ugh, I've been around long enough. Hello, Noctua. Yeah, we're gonna get this thing going, right? We're gonna get this thing going. Oops, ¿qué es eso? How stupid is to buy a crashed car and import it? Yeah, very stupid. Because if the frame's crooked, all right, you have no idea what the car has been through. I'd say in general, it's a pretty bad idea, okay? Unless you know a lot about cars and you go over there and inspect it. I get this from workout though, D3, and I don't think there's any difference. I can get really stoned from a workout to the degree that I am skeptical as I sit down in the car if I should drive or not from workout. Anyway, okay, so query number 2. Right, we're gonna get this test to compile first, and then we're gonna get this test to do other things. All right, yeah, lifetime, my favorite. Okay, then. So we have to name some lifetimes. So attribute wants BP, and this guy wants BP, and the eval context wants the last one to be a BP. So we're gonna put an A over here, here, and here. Right, hopefully you have been paying attention over the days when we talked about lifetimes, and what I just did made sense and you understand exactly why I did what I did. Okay, here we go. Query number 2. Is this gonna compile? No. Fiddlesticks. What is it that we get from this? Right. Right, now we're into somewhere else. This is not there. Where's the document new thing? We don't need a document here. Hello, Daniel. How are you? Okay, where was the issue? It's here. Okay, in testing 34. Oh, we don't have the document, most likely. Undeclared lifetime. Yeah, okay, of course it is. The lifetime is supposed to be a lifetime. How you doing? Fiddlesticks. Your Unity boot. How was that? I'm so curious. I wish we could sign up to like 3 different boot camps just to see what they do. But they're so gross, right? With their, you know, the whole you have to give us money or whatever, right? if you don't stay at the job that we give you. Someday. It was exhausting. I bet it was, right? You're supposed to like learn for 8 hours a day, right? Well, we went from I can't show the example because the stream video encoder can't keep up. So if I try to show you the difference, it's like the difference between this and this. But I don't think you're gonna see this. I think this is gonna turn into nothing with the stream encoder, with the video encoder, right? So you just see mess. And that was running at like 1 frame per second yesterday. I think maybe, but I think the encoding might suffer quite a bit if we do that, right? Oh, we can just attach that lifetime to self, right? So how much did your boot camp cost? Shut up, man. Shut up. So how much did your boot camp cost, Danny? I wonder how much they cost and what the what are the reason, like what are the clauses for doing it? Do you have to pay if you don't get did they give you a job and you have to pay them money if you don't go to the job or whatever it is, right? There's some like really odd clauses in there. But they're not odd, but they're quite committing, and I know they're keen on using that as well, right? Supported by the government, really. That's the government will pay for you to learn game development. That sounds pretty good. What should I do today? Free government game dev score. Maybe it's an initiative to increase game development in Korea then. I don't know what you do, why you do what you do when you do what you do, being Jews. I don't know. Okay. Oh, is this supposed to have the same lifetime? I didn't actually read the error message, but you know, that's just how I roll. So we're borrowing self the lifetime of A. Why is this not right then? Yeah, you need those Samsung gun turrets, man. Yeah, I'm guessing this is like an initiative by the government to increase game development in Korea, maybe? Did the music get loud? Take it down. Okay, should we read the error messages? Nah. Korea needs StarCraft 3. Now that makes no sense. Why would this thing have a lifetime of A then? Oh, is scope not mutable? We kind of need that to be mutabubbles. That was weird. There we go, right? Support your local dating scene? What? They also encourage dating as part of the bootcamp course. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool, though. Cool initiative. The feet stream has started now. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for making that the topic of conversation. Who wants to talk about feet? Okay, so what's next then? Enjoy South Korea. What am I supposed to enjoy South Korea? What does that mean? Are you taking it away from me? Are you taking it away from me, Bean Juice? Do I have it right now? So it was awesome to go to. I heard you can't really get a bank account housing without someone who lives there as a foreigner. It's taking itself away with boot camps. They mean South Korea is suffering from underpopulation. Gotcha. That's why you have to go on date more, Daniel. Take away Bean Juice nukes. Bean Juice doesn't have any nukes. Bean Juice doesn't even enjoy. It doesn't even want to be part of your feet conversation. What are you going to do about it? Okay, attribute storage. Now we need to call testing.context, and we're going to pass in a mutabubbles of them scopes here. But as you can see, the scope is not declared as mutable, so that's not going to work, right? But now it might work. Then we're going to pass in attribute storage, mutably at that. Attribute storage. That's French, you wouldn't understand. Neither would I. Okay, so this should give us the a blueprint. No, yes, and the context. And testing needs to be mutable as well. Everything needs to be mutable. And there we go. You get there, Nerd Ash. Okay, 3 dead hang pull-ups. Pull-ups or chin-ups, okay? Palms facing you or away from you. Big difference. You buy the Keychron of shoes. Scroll up. Don't tell me what to do. Pull-ups. Good work. 3 pull-ups is not bad. Would you be interested in beating the Guinness World Record in toenail length? No, but thank you for reminding me that I have to cut my toenails now. We'll take a break and do that shortly. All right, so I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable today. I don't know if it's because of you guys and this whole foot conversation or not, right? It's hard to say. All right, context needs to be mutable. That does not exist. And we need a tree as well. I don't know if this is available. What it is now. Go, Swift, Rust, and Sig. They can kill C++, but they cannot kill C. They can't. No language can kill another language, right? There's in the last 20 years, there hasn't been a language that killed another language, right? There's reduction in programmers in certain languages, right? Maybe not that many people program Perl these days and what have you, but in general, it's not really what happens, right? There are so many C and C++ developers out there that have no interest in changing to any of the aforementioned languages. And I don't think Go fits in on that list, though. I think Swift, Rust, and Sig maybe. I'm not sure how Swift positions itself, though, because it's only really Rust and Sig that gives you that level of control over memory. In Swift, a lot of things are atomically reference counted by default. I don't know how that works though, so I'm no authority on Swift. Really take what I say with a grain of salt or a heaping tablespoon. And name it cockatrice? Yeah, why not, right? So then I think you have to appeal to the C demographic that doesn't want to swap to any of these languages. And I think it's going to be hard because Sig positions itself really well to be a better C. Okay, can we no new function. Is it empty? Come on, where are you? Oh, we don't have evaluate blueprint here. Rust successfully killed C. You know that's not true, right? You know that's not true. And then don't bring me though, the American government is changing to C. The American government is not a bunch of programmers. Get the out of my kitchen. Okay? Anyway. Yeah, so ASP.NET did, but that's because ASP is or was a closed technology from Microsoft, okay? During this time, we had the open source alternative PHP, and Microsoft didn't have the control to kill that off. So this actually strengthened my argument, Bulov. So Microsoft owned ASP. They have the power to kill off. They had to do it intentionally, right? Whereas PHP, that was around the same time, solving the same problem, didn't go away, even though people wish it did. I'm watching tons of C programs finally upgrading left and right. How much is a ton? How much is a ton of programming? Like, have you physically weighed the programmers? And were they all like few really large programmers, or were they lots of small programmers? All right, just winding you up. Okay. Everything is immutable, but then it can't be a C killer, because then you're gunning for a pure language, and a pure language is never going to be as memory efficient as an impure language, as a language with mutability. See, if Microsoft owned Java, they could have, but they don't. Does instant espresso coffee exist? I don't know if it does, and if it does, I don't want to hear about it. Instant espresso sounds mad. Like, instant coffee is pretty gross, and that's not a coffee snobbish take. It's just, it's barely something. I wouldn't even use it for cooking. I'd rather make an espresso in the coffee machine and use that for cooking. This video seems like it's about C++. Is really a great video on Rust as well, and how two languages might exist in the future. We're raised by C discussion on Rust though. I'm so bored with people's takes on Rust and people's predictions, because they are just, when you have enough people predicting, you have 100 people making predictions about something, one of them might be right, but that person is not going to be right several times in a row. So when people say things like, oh, Rust is going to take over C++, and that person previously said, like, I don't know, maybe they said ASP is going to die and be replaced by something from Microsoft, newer, right? Which isn't really a prediction. It's just Microsoft doing the thing, right? And they were right in the first one. Doesn't mean they're going to be right in the second one, right? It's just guesses, right? No one really knows anything, right? I don't know what C3 is, Ashes. Yeah, but how are you never going to free the memory? And it's not just about memory efficiency. When you don't have mutability, that means that your actions require you to allocate more space. So in a particularly hot loop, you might constantly be allocating memory, right? And that could be expensive, right? And the instant coffee is not terrible. It's loaded with sugar and additives. Yeah, so it is terrible, but they're just hiding it, right? It's about how Adobe is pivoting to Rust, but they have so much C++ they're trying to figure out to make system code safe and secure. But you know what? As a counterpoint to that, Adobe can go right? Because they are. C# is more ridiculous. One time long ago, Microsoft made their own JVM input and Sun sued them because they said you can make this, and anyone can, but it can have proprietary extensions. Microsoft killed Java and changed it just enough to no longer be Java, but retain all the hard work that became first C#. C# is a Java dialect, though, through this. C# is great, though, right? C3. Oh, hang on. Yes, I have seen C3. I think I even wrote Hello World in C3. Yes, but I don't really have any thoughts on it, Ashes, because that's as far as I went. So I can make up a lot of stuff, but it's not going to hold any value. C# is now bigger than Java in enterprise code. MS did not kill Java, but won, yes. The thing with C is every programming language that is anything to talk about has foreign function interfaces to C, and Rust is not even close to that. No, and Rust uses foreign function interfaces to C as well, right? But no one really believes that Rust is going to replace C. I don't think anyone believes that. I mean, I know what D3 is saying, but I also know that D3 knows that it's not true. You know that, right? You know it, right? You know it, yeah. It wasn't for the longest of time. Oh yeah. Don't confuse companies with their employees, right? They're probably really nice and altruistic people working for Adobe, Microsoft, Facebook, and all these things, right? But when we talk about a company like Microsoft or Adobe and their delicious plans to hold you hostage, we're not thinking about this one programmer who gives half his paycheck to starving children, right? We don't think about him. We think about how we're getting by these companies instead, right? Yeah, so Rust does. Resource acquisition is initialization, right? Rust does this. SIG is the future of C, not C3. How do you know this, Lollylol? Love your name, though. I went lifting with my dad today, who's 56, and he outlifts me by a lot. It's really humbling. Maybe you're just really weak, Small Knight. Maybe you need to man up a little. I'm kidding. I'm assuming your dad is a lifter. Fun fact about Adobe's Flash code, they transmuted all types to void star no matter what it was. They assumed 32-bit CPUs and had to rewrite all the code to work with 64-bit. Well, there you go, right? And then they threw it away anyway. I'm pretty sure C is the future of C. Yes. This I can get behind. All right, maybe. I think you're right. C23 renders tasty indeed. Apparently, this was also true of the core code that is behind Photoshop, Illustrator, and French. But the person I heard this from was hired as a contractor and to mass the Flash. Yeah, it was binned. Could you speak less? I'm trying to watch 3 streams in parallel. Sorry, Modprog. You know what? I know you're joking, but I do this sometimes. And when the streamers both talk at the same time, I'm like, no, shish, one of you needs to be quiet. My dad benches 160. I bench 160. I benched last time I went. I benched over 650 grams. That's pretty boss, though, right? Is this single rep, or is this like sets of 10 reps? 3 sets of 10 reps. 12 times 3, right? I mean, I do times 6, so obviously I'm a little bit better than your dad, but you know. You should be able to bench half your body weight. Don't worry if you're not doing your entire body weight. Oh, I can bench half my body weight, but I don't think I'm going to be doing any 10 times. Oh, no, shit. I can probably bench my entire body weight, but not 10 times. Ooh, okay. I'm going to try this. The solution? Starve yourself before you go. The form is just finished. All right. No more seriously. SIG has been designed to retain the low-level characteristics of C, low memory usage, even smaller than C, and similar performance. However, at the moment, I don't know if it's been important. Yeah, so I think that's why SIG is kind of appealing to C programmers as well, right? Because you can just keep writing C and just change your compiler, and you can then start introducing SIG into your C code as well, right? Oh God, yes. I never realized how weak my hand game was until I started climbing. When someone says bench your body weight, they mean lean body mass, which is irrelevant. What's my lean body mass? How do you find that out, D3? How do you find that out without spending lots of money? A fat guy who weighs 400 pounds isn't expected to bench 200 when the lean body mass is like, yeah, but how do you find out that, right? How tall are you? About 6'1", maybe around there. One toggle bit tall. I can bench my body weight on the moon. I can't do 10 sets of my body weight, but I think 75 now. 75 kilos. Because I lost a lot of weight. Damn it. I lost a lot of weight. I used to have a little bit of a man gut. Okay? There's nothing there. My belt is on the last notch. It doesn't get any smaller. One toggle bit heavy. Imagine if this was a... No, we're not even gonna go there. Oh, I love this. I love this though. It's fun. Weird flex, but okay. It's not a flex. I'm losing weight. I'm trying to get more weight. Yeah, I don't drink alcohol. I guess that's kind of saves me from that. Not because it's too many calories, but because I'm a really shit drunk person, right? There are 3 formulas to calculate lean body mass. You're somewhere between 57.8 and 61.5 lean and about 18 to 23% body fat. I probably have quite a lot of visceral fat because I lived a really unhealthy life until about 3 years ago. Just drink more beer solution. I don't know if that's true. Good luck, small knight. Yeah, so 57, I can bench 57 kilos. I can bench 61.5 kilos, but I'm not, I have like really weak chest. Don't have a lot of chest muscles. So I'm not gonna be benching any like 10 times 80, 90 kilos anytime soon, right? See, this is my goal. Actually, it was as a streamer that I started taking care of my health. When I was working in an office, it was worse, right? Sitting down all the time, commuting, eating out, right? You pop over the street to get a Sani or takeaway or whatever it was, right? Buying a lot of processed food, eating a lot of comfort food. I'd have like chips and beans for breakfast sometimes. Me and my flatmate would just eat junk, drink alcohol every weekend, right? And sometimes after work, have a couple of pints as well. It's just really not, right? Did 57 on a lat pull down today. Over 3 sets. How many? Because I got it in my head that you're going to be vastly stronger than me, Small Knight, but this doesn't seem to be the case. Wow, you tall, dude. 190. You're Scott-like tall. Oh no, I'm not fat. I am the opposite of fat, right? That's what I'm telling you, right? I am the opposite of fat. Okay? There's not a lot of fat here. There used to be, but there's not. But I have visceral fats, right? And I have had a really unhealthy lifestyle until the last couple of years, right? But the thing is, when I got sick and other things happened, stress levels, all kinds of bullshit were happening, and the weight just fell. And like I said, I'm on 2,700 calories a day, and I'm still losing weight. So I need to increase my calorie count. I need to be somewhere around 3,000 for maintenance now. No, I don't need magic. Not at all, right? Life hack, get sick. Yeah, but the thing is, Modprog, if you spend years in the gym building muscles, if you're lying down being sick, it's not just fat, it's muscles that atrophy, right? So, not good. Oh man, I used to forget to eat all the time. I mean, I did it today. I just ate breakfast, right? I started streaming and I forgot to eat, right? Tapeworm, now that's another one. Get yourself an internal pet. Intrinsic rather than extrinsic pet. Why can't fat atrophy? Because fat accumulates and muscles you build, right? Muscles you build because your body needs the muscles. You do things and your body goes, you can do this better, so let's produce more muscles. Whereas fat is a result of not burning the energy, right? Fat is just energy in storage, right? Well, you will burn fat as well, right? We burn fat all the time. You have something called NEAT, which is a calorie burn that you exhibit from just existing, right? And I'm a very fidgety person. I'm constantly moving, right? Gopher or ferret? Oh man, I would definitely eat a crab before I ate a gopher, right? I think eating crab is something I'm happy to do. Eating ferrets and furry little animals, bunnies, rats, gophers, nah. Running long distance is a good way to burn fat quickly. It is not, Small Knight, and I think everyone knows that. Running long distance is a really good way to run long distances, but for fat burn, calorie reduction is all diet, right? Exercise is good and it helps, but 100% diet is where you start. Nowhere else if you want to reduce burn fat. I don't think you're going to burn fat quickly. You're going to build some muscles and you are going to burn calories, and there's no such thing as targeted fat burn. You can't do sit-ups to reduce your waistline, right? You burn fat and that's that, right? I'm from the other end of the scale. At most weight 154 and I'm 182. We're about the same height then. I'm 1 centimeter or 2 taller than you, right? Weird flex. A year of diet modification only, not decreasing calories, not increasing caloric burn, change diet alone, dropped to 97. That's fucking amazing. Kept myself on the 90 now. Yeah, oh yeah, bad diets all day long, man. It will mess up your skin, your hair, your emotional state. What is that? It will just mess with you, full stop. Bad diet is such a high cost, right? It costs your health and it costs your mental well-being. It's not worth it, right? So every time that I'm in a situation where someone's like, do you want biscuits with your tea, or do you want dessert or whatever? To me, it's not even a question, right? It's always a no, because the nicety of eating a hot cinnamon roll or whatever, right, is completely destroyed by the knowledge of what I have done to get rid of those calories, right? Oh yeah, speaking of glycogen, right, I can just look this up. Right. How do we increase our glycogen stores before work other than eating a bunch of carbs? Is that the solution? Carb loading. Oh, all right, then okay. Is this going to be some kind of really shitty blog post now? We're going to look at it anyway, right? I'm interested. KFC is pretty good. Yeah, but it's only good while you're eating it. Afterwards, it's not, right? And this is the question. Do I eat because I want to feel instant gratification, or do I eat because I want wellness and I want to feel good? Hello, Skylar. How are you doing? Okay, yeah. Crabs and recovery. After work, I thought you would. You want to make sure that you have enough glycogen before your workout. I thought you wanted this stuff before you work out, right? So stopping gym in March and getting more into trail running and such. I do miss overhead press and those lively sled pushes. Sled pushes do not interest me at all, but farmers carries are fine. Overhead press, I can't. Overhead press, I don't do because my shoulders are. My right shoulder is a bit messed up, and for some reason, I don't get good form with this thing. But I'm gonna start it soon enough. Yeah, and I heard on a video that the average person walks like 3,000 steps a day or whatever, right? But this was in a Will Tennyson video, so do with that as you will, right? Okay, thank you, Small Knights. There you go, right? And how soon before your workout should you do this, right? How long do you have to wait? I usually don't wait more than 20, 30 minutes before I go to the gym after I eat in the morning, but that is because I don't eat heavy. I eat like a bowl of yogurt, right? Good work. Sweet potato? Yeah, sweet potato is good. KFC is pretty good. It's more about potassium, magnesium, and salt. Can't stop eating biscuits. Biscuits are good. Biscuits eating Monokuma. You need glycogen after working out, not just protein. But I'm talking about before you work out, right? So is there a way to boost your glycogen in your body before you work out? Because when you work out is when you what is it called? You drain your glycogen, right? And then, yeah, of course, you can eat again after workout. I'm just wondering how that works. It's really hard to eat protein, though, right? Protein, you get that from lean meat like rabbit, chicken, crabs, right? There's probably quite a lot of protein in crabs, right? Pork and such. But to get like an exercise, someone who works out, to get their level of protein, you have to eat a lot of chicken and stuff. And it's quite tiresome, right? And we do need carbs, right? Carbs are fuel. Glycogen isn't some magically impressive thing unless you're doing 100% strength training 2 to 4 hours a day, every day, because you're competing in a strongman contest. But I am doing all of this stuff, right? A lot of research into carb protein timings have converged into it doesn't matter of timing. No, I've seen this too, and I've heard that the anabolic window, which is like 30 minutes after your workout, just was down a protein shake. I heard that's also just nonsense as well, but I have no information either way, right? Shall I flex? My shoulder was injured a lot from kayaking, but I can still some amount of weight with it. No, I believe you. I believe you, but doing the overhead press hurts my shoulders, right? So I do dumbbell press where I can change the angle of my shoulders. So workout, the correct form for working out is dependent on your body, not nothing else, right? There's like, if you can't go really deep, then you can't, right? If it hurts your shoulder, doesn't matter how many times someone says, oh, no, good, let the bar touch the chest. But it hurts. I don't care, let the bar, right? Don't, right? Meal timing is all bollocks. Yeah, I kind of think so as well. The average person don't need to care about glycogen. We can't deplete meaningful unless you're extreme low carb. So my issue is my levels of, like I get too tired when I work out. I'll work out for around close to an hour, Monday, Tuesday, nothing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, nothing Saturday, Sunday, Monday, nothing Tuesday, right? So I do workout 2 days and then 1 rest day. And I didn't go to the gym today. I went yesterday and I was completely flat, right? There was nothing. I start lifting. I am mentally not there. I am exhausted very quickly. And I'm not doing anything out of the ordinary. As a matter of fact, I had to drop my overhead cables by 2 kilos because I just didn't have it in me, right? And I'm thinking either I need more rest or I need to change my diet. But I know that I'm shedding a lot of weight, so I definitely need to increase my diet. Sure, the health can be retained. Yeah, totally. I started biking to work. That's a great workout. Yeah. Biking is good. Should you? So here's another thing, right? People, like you can be in a pretty wide range before you're either in a medical state of need of being medically obese or malnourished, right? Like you're anorectic or something like that, right? So the whole thing, I need to lose weight. Having a bit of a waistline isn't a problem. It is not unhealthy. It's just your body shape, right? As long as it's not affecting your organs or your health, then it's fine, right? Then it's just vanity and that's fine. It's fine, right? But I do think that we kind of automatically react to this thing. Oh yeah, I should lose a bit of weight, right? You see someone who's practically 2-dimensional, they'll be like, oh yeah, no, I should lose a bit of weight, right? Because it's like something we do, right? But I don't think we do. I don't think we should, right? I don't think we should chase losing weight, right? I am trying to gain weight. I'd like to eat more food. I want to gain weight. I want to eat 1 to 2 hours before working out. Having food in my belly is worse than a little bit hungry. Yeah, if I've eaten a late meal, I don't eat at all when I go in the morning. And I will never eat so I'm full because that's going to become a projectile when I get there, okay? I've almost passed out once and I've almost thrown up twice. So I'm very concerned. Oh, rabbit's got loads of protein. So much protein in rabbit that you can actually starve to death from eating nothing but rabbit. It's called protein starvation. A lot of people overestimate how much protein they actually need. I think the saying is a lot of people underestimate how many calories they eat. All right? Because it's really easy to think that we don't eat a lot of calories. But just putting butter on your sandwiches can land you somewhere. Let me see where I am with that. And I put very little butter on my sandwiches. All right, that was yogurt that day. 13 grams of butter. That's 5 grams of fat. That's 50 calories right there. Actually, that's not a lot. Pre-workout snack. If you're short on time, have a carbohydrate snack. Yeah, that's what I'm going for. This would be a sports drink, a granola bar, or a piece of fruit. That makes no sense. What's a sports drink, right? That's not a snack. If you're feeling a little bit peckish, a sports drink's not going to do anything to that. A granola bar, not my cup of tea. Fruit is good though. Fruit is GPT. Get out of here with that. Fruit is good to eat, right? This is not. If you're short on time, do not have a sports drink. That's not going to do anything. You know what is really awful to work out when your stomach sounds like this. All right. I love my electric bike. I think it's fantastic. And I don't think it's cheating, right? I don't understand this reasoning because an electric bike with a fully charged battery, it's going to last you 350, 400 kilometers maybe. Do you think that motor is that impressive at that point? No, it really isn't. It will help you alleviate the work you do when you go uphill, but that just means you can work out for longer. You can bike for longer. And more importantly, I don't want to do a full set of cardio when I go to the gym. I think that's really bad because then I need that energy for working out, right? Preacher curls for the girls for the first time in a month today, and I'm looking forward to the muscle soreness. I don't get this. This drives me crazy. I'm blistering with jealousy right now, Small Night. I spent a whole day doing bicep and back, right? So I did bicep back, right? I started with curls until I couldn't curl no more, okay? Went to do lats, right? And then I did curls I went from dumbbells to an easy curl bar, and then I did some other bullshit exercise with the back. Who cares, right? Or pull downs, right? Nothing, no soreness. Your body protein reserves roll over roughly a 3 days to 2 weeks period, depending on which amino acids you ensure. Yes, so when we talk about counting calories and stuff like that, we do it on a daily basis because it's too confusing to do it on a weekly basis. Imagine if you do it on a weekly basis and you get to the end of the week and you go, I have to eat 97 grams of fat and 500 carbs before tomorrow night. Okay. It's more form, yeah, and I don't have good form with it, right? Which is why I don't do it. But this is the thing. There are going to be exercises. Fuck, we talk a lot about exercise now, but there's exercises that you like. If I had the body for it, we could just transition over to like fitness influence, right? But I don't, right? I'm too old for that as well. But if there's exercise where you don't like the exercise, there's no point in trying to get good at it. Doing an exercise you don't like is just you doing an exercise. You're not going to put in the same amount of effort, right? You're not going to put in even remotely the same amount of effort. You find the exercises that you really like. This is going to get you going. Obviously, you got to switch it up now and then, but there are so many permutations to exercise. The overhead press is fine, but you can achieve the same thing with dumbbells, right? Except you don't have to move your head as much when you use dumbbells because there's no bar that's going to behead you in the process. You sure you're not just low on both sodium and potassium or both? I could be. Because I need to eat more food. So it could definitely be that, right? I once tried cognac-based diet and it didn't go well. Okay. I'm assuming you mean like the drink, like brandy, more rest. Sleep is vastly underrated, but everyone says that. So I think it's not underestimated. I think that people are just bad at it. Do you do anything special for warm-up? No. I learned this from Renaissance periodization. I do the exercise I'm going to do as warm-up. Right, I bike to the gym. If I'm gonna do cable pushdowns, then I start with light cable pushdowns and I warm up like that, right? I do a little bit of an exercise that I have from my physiotherapist, which is a motion where you put your hands to the side of your head and you move like this. I do that a few times because it helps. And then I have another one I do for my shoulder, which is just grabbing a, with the outside of your hand, you don't close your hand, a cable machine, and you go out like that. Right? Like you're swatting away a fly. That's what I do for my warm-up. Nothing special. Anecdotally, though, I always perform better if I have carbs the morning before a workout than if I don't, so it works for me, yeah, and I'm totally on board with that. I think that's kind of where I'm going as well. I'm gonna delete it, but that's me with a once upon a time effed up shoulder, 36 years of age. Okay, let me click on it in the private window. Did I click the wrong thing? Bean juice, damn it. All right, let's have a look. All right, we're about to do squats, are we? No. Oh, man, I totally thought you were going to go for squats there, right? Oh, you don't take the bar that far down. Okay, so you don't really have the overhead thing going for you. Yeah, you tall, dude. You're well taller than me. The Dutch angle is a little bit confusing on the phone. Looks like you have a decent gym there. Is this like your local gym or is this your garage? What are we looking at? The bar looks interesting enough. There's a proper Olympic bar as well. I'm guessing this is a gym, and you just have like battle ropes laying around your garage. That would be quite fun if you did. I have some video of me working out, but you guys are never gonna get to see that. Okay, you are never gonna. That's me checking my form. Okay, that's all I'm gonna tell you. You're stuck in the woods and you can only catch rabbit. Please drink also the blood, otherwise you'll die. I was on keto for 8 months. Oh yeah, wow. 8 months is a long time. 0.5 gram for every kilo lean body mass a day. Yeah, something like that, right? Bananas and blueberries are my top 2. Yeah, bananas are good. Bananas is, so again, I can't stress this enough. PB2, right? Banana PB2, protein milk, done. Good. Sport drink, Powerade, Gatorade, or Yeah, I guess so, but these are just electrolyte drinks, right? Sport drinks are good for recovery if you sweat a lot. Yeah, there's the electrolytes, right? Man, I think this is sport. I think it's so far away. Well, all right, should we just hop here then, right? Let's see where we are, right? The proper way to do overhead, you're not supposed to go down to the collarbone. So this is what I can't get behind, right? Anyone, there is no, there can't be a proper way because everyone's built differently, right? Is what I'm saying. Why wouldn't you go as far down as possible, right? Like full range of motion, so far, to my understanding, is the best way to work out. So why would you do only half, right? It's, of course, you're going to have less power from down there, but that's part of working out. This is why I don't get the ego lifting or like the bro dudes in the gym who will take a really heavy weight and then move it a little bit. They're like, yeah, check me out, right? And like, you're not working out. What are you doing, man? Did you steal other people's height for that or what? Totally did, Bean. Why do you think I'm only 180 plus, right? Once when I was a wee young lad, I bought myself a motorbike. It looked like I looked like a clown on it. I am small. I am small. Yeah. All right. I caught up with chat. Can we do some flipping programming now? Do I have any viewers left? Everyone's like, fuck you and your workout bullshit. I don't want to hear it. Welcome to Discord, Danny. Yeah, all right. But should we like pivot to? Should we pivot to a fitness influencer instead, right? So should I just take my phone with me to the gym and I start filming? There's no one there, right? I just start filming when I do exercise. And you guys can just sit there in front of the monitor and tell me how wrong I am in everything I do, right? And then we can do a segment where I go up to strangers and tell them how they're working out wrong, because that's also pretty good. Cars bloating? I don't know what that is, Davros. We come here for programming? I don't think so, Caleb. What's the point? You don't read the anime. Shut your mouth. Oh, car bloating. Sorry. I was like, cars bloating. I thought it was like some kind of explosion animation going on. I don't know, man. I don't know. Cars bloating would be pretty fun though, right? Okay, should we do a little bit of this thing now, right? Right, so this test is running. This means that we have a result that we don't care about. Okay, but we do have a tree, and that's what we need. There's a lot going on here though. I know, I just get the bar and press it. It's the only painful exercise for me. Squats because the bar resting on my shoulders. Don't you have one of those like nice cushiony things, right? I don't care what people think. I have one. I bought one for my wife for her birthday as well. It's like a little foam, looks like a foam roller they just push onto the bar, and it's vastly more comfortable than not. Research it at very early humans, 40 to 120 kilos ago. They were getting 8 grams of potassium a day from root-focused diet. Really? My gym just has the hard bars, no cushion thing. But just buy one. They're literally dirt cheap, right? Let's go to Australia. And then we're going to search for barbell foam roll. All right. I'm pretty sure that you will find something very, very cheap here. Everything needs JavaScript, right? We just chuck a few things in there and see what we're gonna come up with. Foam roll. Oh my god. Do you feel like there's enough shit going on here? Can we still not see it? There you go. Now these are foam rollers. It's not a foam roll. Fuck off. It's not a foam roller we're looking for. We're looking for that nice. This is what we're looking for. eBay. We don't want eBay. Trainingequipmentdirect.com. There you go. 21 kangaroo dollars. All right. Now, this is also not that. Come on, man. I'm trying to be helpful here, internet. There you go, bar pad. I don't want to view the file. I changed my mind. Show me the cost of this thing. But it cannot be expensive. Okay. You know what? Maybe it's not. Maybe Australia has exterminated all these foam thingies. Barbell padding. Let's go with that then. Harbinger barbell pad black Rebel Sport. You know they're cool when they're Rebel Sport as well, right? There you go, $34, and that's expensive. You can get one for like $10, all right? And then you stick it in your bag. We're too cool for bar pads. You just roll up a Dave and stick it in there, right? I have a really cheap one and it works really well. Yeah, okay. It's like this. There you go. $10. And you don't even need these straps, okay? And you just stick it in your bag and off you go. So when you put the bar on your back, it doesn't feel like... And shouldn't your bar go a little bit lower? I guess it depends on what you're doing, right? But whatever, right? And you got to get the city camouflage look as well. The urban camo. For when you don't want to be seen in the gym. No one looks at you in the gym though, right? People are too busy with their own shit. Okay, so we've evaluated some blueprints. We've done 1,001 things now. So we should be able to do a tree query. Let's see. $35 for foam. Yeah, but you gotta have something, right? Imagine not letting it just grind your spine. Don't use this. Why not, right? It's not comfortable. You're not manlier just because you rest a piece of metal on your back, okay? You're not going to walk out there chewing bricks and spitting bullets, okay? If it's uncomfortable on your back, man, wear some foam, right? There's no price for suffering, okay? Weakness is just... No, pain is just weakness leaving the body. This is the way. Skill issue. I'm only at 80 kilo squat at the moment and it still hurts too much. You know what you could do though, small night, if you want to? You can drop that weight quite a bit and you can elevate your heels and then you can squat till your butt touches the ground. And I bet you that lower than 80 kilos is going to be enough, right? I don't do squats that way with the Olympic bar. I find just as good to basically farmer's carry 2 dumbbells, but squat instead. How short are your arms? They'd touch the ground, wouldn't they? Yeah, they touch the ground then, basically. But I am a female TikTok influencer. No, 100% use a pad. Why wouldn't you use a pad? It's not gonna throw off your balance. It's a pad. It's not like a block of unevenly shaped goblins, right? It's just a pad. You can put plates or you can use a squat wedge, right? You can use a squat wedge and this thing will get you squatting very deep, right? You can basically get your butt touching your feet almost. A squat wedge can get you a lot further down than not. That's a very steep incline on this thing, right? We don't have wedges at the gym. You don't have wedges. You don't have formula. What do you have? Do you walk in there and someone goes, welcome, and then they throw a fist of gravel at you, right? Now, get in the corner and cry because we're coming for you with the barbells. But even if they don't have it, I'm considering buying my own extensions for the cable machine because I think the ones that they have at my gym are so shit. You can just bring them in, put them in a bag and bring them with you, right? I like to let bricks melt in my mouth. This is now a cooking channel. Or buy squat shoes. Yeah, but they're not going to be comfortable to... Well, you will get taller. You can buy squat shoes. I'm used to normal bar. I think if I have less control with this weight, it does not matter if you just do fail. No. So this makes no sense. Okay, motherfuckers. Okay. The foam for the bar, okay, barbell foam, is shaped in such a way it's not going to do anything to change the balance, right? There's nothing here to change. If anything, you can put that at the nape of your neck, right? And arguably it would be better. How is this going to change your balance? If this thing was uneven or full of random ball bearings, yes, I agree with you. That does not change your balance in one bit. It does not, right? And if that's a stress factor, then just use the Smith machine, right? You can hit then you should definitely not use a wedge, right? But to each their own, okay? To cool down. I paid 200 for squat shoes. It was half price. Holy. Okay. Now, my solution, cut a bit of plywood and make my own squat wedges, right? All times. I didn't realize I had pads. Sorry, buy them. Is this you? 3 times 180 squat? Hot damn. Okay, because of the video, I thought... Oh, can we get the thumbnail or the first thing? I thought the dude in the jacket was you. Oh, no, I can't see it now. All right. There you go. You got a belt and everything. Yeah, that's not going to change anything. All right. Are we going to go deep here? All right, you got the safety things as well. We can't see how deep you're going though. Damn, there's a lot of plates on that bar. I could not squat that. But here's the thing: if you were, oh, you're a skinny dude too. Hot damn! How much weight is this? 180 kilos? Is that 180 kilos? What? Damn! No, what? Fair enough, but still. I lift in Ultra Boost shoes. How much different can squat shoes be? But I would say small night. Getting a wedge does really... So I hate squatting, right? Squatting is my least favorite thing to do, right? The feeling in my legs going deep angers me, okay? And not in an anger you can use to drive the squat. No, just pure hatred for the squat, okay? So I just have to build up to it, right? But I don't squat a lot, but I go very deep. And if you go deep, if you prop your heels up, you can go deeper, and it's definitely gonna affect how much weight you can do, right? I love having done squats, yeah. I was on gear a bit, really. You see, that's scary, right? So that was a while ago, right? How has that impacted your life, if you don't mind me asking now? I don't know how long you were on gear. You definitely don't have to talk about this, just, right? But if you want to share, right? If you're okay sharing, how long were you on it? I'm not going to ask what. How long were you on it? And has it impacted your life after you stopped, if you did stop? Okay, so we are gonna do some. I love this thing. We're getting all kinds of non-programming content, and for some reason, I have more viewers now than when we were doing programming content yesterday. Okay, I am definitely not a good programming streamer. That's just how it is, right? My night just got weird. My cat is an indoor-outdoor cat. I walked outside and I thought I saw it in my carport just to find it was a massive rat I got caught. Oh my, Apollo. That is pretty spectacular. Also, good luck to you with that. Okay, so we're gonna try to do a query. We're gonna do a query on our elements. So we need nodes, widgets, and attributes. We're gonna figure out how we do this thing, right? I guess the only thing I'm not good at talking about though, Vabine, is actual programming, because that is never what actually drives this stream forward, right? Do you guys like the spelling of runtime? Should we just leave that there, okay? Runtime. And I was trying to go to the main function. The Query Fairy. How you doing, Daraka, by the way? Have you come to your senses and decided to go to bed early? I had a Bulgarian doctor. Everything was done professionally with the club. I didn't have any negative impact, to be honest, but it makes hugely different for performance. Of course it does. It was a one-time thing. I didn't have a car and getting on buses was tough. I'm guessing people are reading this as in you were too large to fit on the bus, but I'm guessing this was an anxiety thing, right? I was also very young, yeah. Yeah, I recognize that, right? Not because I have ever been on gear. I think we can all see that there's no gear happening here, okay? But I am really fascinated by steroids and steroid use, and I read and consume a lot of content around it. And I said to my wife, if I would have known what I know today, I would have started lifting a lot younger. But if I would have been my younger self starting lifting, I would definitely have been on steroids because I was that kind of person, right? I would definitely have done it, right? Nothing's gonna mess with my hormones, right? And we all know that gyno is a real thing. And GH gut, have you seen that? Right? You want to look at bodybuilding in this decade, right? This is what bodybuilders look like now. Do you think this looks good? Do you think do you think you look good like this? The GH gut thing, right? It's just that dude, man. Why does this guy keep appearing on GH gut pictures, right? But yeah, GH gut is a real thing, all right? This is what I don't know exactly what it is that's causing this thing, but yeah. Oh no, absolutely not. And like your genetics has such a big importance, right? You watched Renaissance Presentation Night, so you know a lot about it. Yeah, well, amongst other things, you know what? I like how honest he is about it. I like how honest he is. But he's like, one video he said, it's like, and I'm paraphrasing, it's like having a Serbian war movie in your head all the time. And the thing that was fascinating that he described was how he doesn't appreciate anything when he's on gear. And I'm thinking, how depressing is that? So if you're really unhappy with your body, right? Because you're a teenager and you're a bit thick, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna go on steroids so I can look like these influencers that's gonna die when they're 30, right? So you go on gear to look better, but the fact is that the gear so much with your head that you're never gonna feel good for looking better, right? Instead, you just see yourself as a small little prawn for the rest of your life, no matter how much gear you're pushing, right? How fucking depressing is that, though, right? Join me in a mountain running where not only will you train your legs into iron machines, but also train your heart not to hopefully explode. All right. When Enrico, when I'll come over, right? Find me some accommodation because I got to bring my family as well, right? We'll come on a holiday, all right? But you're responsible for my well-being, okay? If you take me up into the mountain and die, I'm fucking coming after you, okay? All right? You kill me, my ghost will haunt you, okay? With bad puns for days, okay? Let's go, Enrico. Let's head over to your place. I can't eat. You can't also eat anything you want. You'll have red dots and everything. It takes. Oh yeah, I mean you get like the back knee and everything. I'm sure you guys have seen like Sam Sulek, who definitely is all natural, right? You're having a party in the Alps. I'm not joking. Like if you tell me where I should go, and I have some time, I'll pack the family into the car. We drive over there. No. Although Arnie got pretty big before he started on gear. Well, you would not be unhappy with your body necessarily for that long, but that's not because your body would improve, right? I think he is very lucky, right? Oh God, yes. There's no part of me that looks at this guy and be like, yeah, I wish I looked like that. But that's what young people do, right? They look at all these people, all these fitness influencers, but they're not influencing. Then there's no fitness in there. It's just gear abuse, right? All right, let me grab it. Let me grab it. You posted in the public chat, so now there's more people coming, right? Holy, that looks pretty good. Oh man, I feel like I have to bring a camera as well. Zip line. All right, can you just show me this thing? There we go, right? Can we get just get the map thing going here? How far do I have to drive to get there? And it doesn't let me zoom out either. I have no idea where this is. It looks like a charming village, though. All right, hang on. Let me fix. Oh shit! I thought you were in Italy, dude. I was looking at like, okay, you're on the border. Oh, I've been there. I've been there. Not where you are. Okay, so how far to pop over to you from Italy then? Where's the road? So maybe somewhere. There's a place called Arnoldstein. There you go. I have to figure this out. This did not look like an easy track to get there, though, right? I have to figure it out. Yeah, dude's had a heart attack, though, right? Yeah, he really did. This is why I'm saying that genetics plays such a big role. I think that's like, and it's like it's delusional to watch a young 20-something on steroid talking about how you can look like that if you just eat a banana for breakfast and go to the gym 3 times a week, right? There shouldn't be something that dissuades you from going to the gym. You should have realistic expectations, right? But I think going to the gym is not about looking like these nerds. It's about the way you feel, right? That is actually the first time I up my rotator cuff, but I still agree with you, right? It's a pleasant exercise to do, right? I do enjoy it. The push up from here, right? And the thing is, there's a lot of exercises that aren't optimal, but if they're more pleasant to do, I'm gonna do those instead, just because doing them is better than not doing anything, right? Where is the tick function? I can put a tick on my chick. I don't know how that makes sense, but you could get the thing from ticks. That is the disease is really bad.com. All right. Where is the thing that we apply? It's headers. All right, so tick component's gonna create a context for this thing. Here it is. This is what we need. This is what we need. Yes. All right, and then where is the... So we first have to have the component as well. Oh, right. I kind of forgot to make components, didn't I? We have to make components so we can then look at the components. Okay. Man, there's a lot of work just to write a freaking test though, isn't it? No, there's one machine at my gym where I've actually maxed out the stack, and that was an ego boost. Turned out you're supposed to do that with your arms and not your legs, so whatever, nerd. But still, all right. Now it's like a shoulder pull down. You pull down from the sides, and that felt really good. And I did that. That was one of the exercises that I've done from like day one in the gym. until I managed to do the full stack more than once. I think I got like 4 or 5 reps on the full stack. But lat pull downs, I don't know how much I do. But the thing is, these are cable machines. The numbers you see on the plates aren't really kilos, right? They're not necessarily kilos. So you can't say that you do. If Small Knight does 56 on their lat pull down machine, it's not the same as if I did 56 on mine, right? The one I have available, because they're very different, right? I'm not a fan of machines. Most lock the movements. Bands give more range of motions. Yeah, machines are not for everyone. Totally not, right? I want to do some exercise, but I can't afford to get any injuries, especially leg related, since I have to walk a lot. Then do upper body, right? Do upper body workouts, UID. And I feel like that's not really a reason. If you told me you were a professional speed walker whose entire livelihood depended on you walking, and you had like insured your left leg for 10 billion, I'm on board. But I don't think that's something you should worry about, okay? Just get in there, do some upper body workouts. Didn't end up replacing weights. No, I can't afford climbing sharp, okay? It's too expensive. I don't know what that is, but yeah, the chest press. We have chest fly, chest press, incline chest press, Smith machine, 2 benches, or 3 benches when it comes to chest workouts. And of course, a full set of dumbbells and all that crap, right? It's really good. The machines aren't high quality. They're the gym, techno gym machines. I think that's like the cheapest you can get, but they work for me. I'm happy with them. I have a gym to myself. That's a wonderful feeling. Yeah, you can do that as well. What do you mean sit on a bench? How do you sit on a bench and do chest flies? You have to. I mean, I'm trying to process this because the guy is going to pull them down, not backwards, right? I have a rowing machine. I do chest on an incline. Got it. Okay. Because I was thinking like you're sitting straight up and you're like this. I need to get this thing to a state where I can do this. So we need to build this up, right? T-Rex workout. Oh, speaking of Australia, I saw your contribution to the breakdance. Enough said. Yeah. I don't do reverse flies. Yeah. That happened, right? Sorry, Caleb. Oh. For those of you who don't have any context, sorry, I'm falling apart here. Oh no! I wanted to see her in the Olympics, right? And don't worry about the lack of music; it's not gonna change anything. This. Come on, man. Look at this. Look at the finish, man. Look at the finish here. sorry, Australia. Oh, that hurt my insides. Oh. It was the drop bear avoidance dance. Okay. All right. Enough procrastination. Fine. God damn. I'm sorry. So I had to mute myself. Oh, really? Well, there's probably not going to be a lot of breakdancing in the Olympics after this. Yeah, how did that happen? How did that go through? Right? Who did that? Who looked at her and be like, yeah, you're the pinnacle of breakdances in Australia? How many breakdances are there in Australia? 3, and 2 of them were sleeping? I don't get it, man. Oh, that's funny. Oh my god, sorry, I'm crying a little. She bribed the people involved. The thing is, okay, full disclaimer, she is a human being, okay? And she probably would not appreciate this. Anyway. Yes, she is a human being. And I think the entire world is questioning Australia's commitments to breaking, okay? Her husband ran the selection committee and they rejected basically every valid candidate. I don't believe that. It's a huge scandal now. No, I don't believe that. Didn't the Australian commission thingy what are they called? Something, go out and Olympics. What are they called? The Olympics Commission go out and say that is complete nonsense. With stiff moves like that, I think she's an actual robot. Maybe she's like the prototype that became Mark Zuckerberg, right? Actually, poor him. He's crying in his millions. Anyway. All right. Okay. Yes, she's a human being. Let's not forget that, right? I hope she can like laugh at it. Although I'm guessing she won't, but I kind of hope she does. Hi, Alf. I'm on Discord while I'm doing this. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. Zuckerberg evolved. He's not half the man he used to be. The news has been covering it for a bit, so if it's not true, then it's fake news mafia again. But I saw some clip from the Olympics. All right, you know what? Olympics Commission, Australian breakdancing, dancing allegations. Let's see if we can get something from the Olympic Commission. Don't encourage this. I wanted to see the clip from the Olympics Commission about the allegations. Not where is the response by Olympics replies to Australian breakdancing allegations? All right, we'll have a look. This is not that. This is something else. Okay, hang on. The Olympic International Committee is basically sweeping it under the rug, saying breakdance was one-time thing. All right, Olympic International Committee. That's the word I'm looking for. Why are they attacking me? Oh, she's owning it though, right? She's owning it. Unethical conduct, man. That wasn't all really. Yeah, so this is what you're talking about, right? I didn't see that, man. So these are the allegations. Wasn't her husband also just a really bad breakdancer, right? Yeah, so Reddit as well, right? There you go, right? Yeah, her husband is a breakdancer too. Breakdancers. I mean, they didn't have a lot of people trying out for breakdancing from Australia for breakdancing in the Olympics, right? So it's not really that. And that might be true, but how is that any less valid than a Reddit post or whatever else, right? She's even doing it, man. Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure, right? Yeah, and that might be, but her husband isn't. Her husband isn't on the committee or whatever, right? So I think that's a little bit, yeah. The LA Olympics sport proposal were locked in way before the scandal. Yeah, like I said, I mean, remember that she's a human being, right? But hot damn, there are some dance moves right there. If you guys ever see me at the Olympics, right, you gotta vote for me, yeah. I'll be the next Australian breakdancer. Okay, I'll get some Daves on there. Do the Dave dance, right? And that is a question, right? That is a question. But they did mention in this video that some of the participants were too young or didn't actually want to be in the Olympics. If that's the case, I don't know what they were trying out for, but I'm not really that keen on. So it's very easy to jump on this stuff like, oh, it's foul play and it's fake news, right? But not every news is fake news, right? I'm less inclined to believe the internet hoards because that's things that just snowballs, right? So things starts off on Twitter or Reddit and then they snowball from there. And because so many people are regurgitating the same thing, that became the truth for a lot of people, right? And then we completely ignore actual news coverage. That doesn't make sense. But it's like, oh no, it's just cover up. I feel like that's just a stone's throw away from the earth is flat, right? As when we started calling everything a cover up or whatever. If there are cover ups, there has to be proof of cover up, right? Not, oh, because you didn't say this. That's speculation, right? You might be right. I'm not saying you're not, but I'm not inclined to believe that Australia's selection was incompetent and corrupt. There seemed to be entirely zero evidence that she just had a bad day. Oh no, I don't think she had a bad day. I think she was bad, but I don't think there was a lot of people going for it. I don't know, right? I'm not gonna fall for that, Enrico. Are you gonna still be streaming in 2032 when my city, Brisbane, has the Olympics? If so, looking for. Do you think small Nut I can just step on to the stage with a camera and I'll be like, that's my dance, right? I'm inspired by Ray Gunn, okay, and I'm gonna win the Olympics. Not just that. It's 8 years away. Yeah, if I stay fit. Who knows what's gonna happen? Yeah, in 7 years, Small Knight, I've heard a prediction. In 7 years, one giant spider is gonna take over Australia, and Australia's gonna be under the rule of said spider. I think I made the right decision not to watch the Olympics. I didn't watch the Olympics either. I had a friend over, and he wanted to watch a little bit of it, so I saw some of it. I saw the. I didn't see the pole vault thing though, but I did see some triathlon like things. Not really into it, but what I was thinking though was like, how disinterested are everyone in the Olympics? Everyone is more interested in that god awful opening ceremony. The shadows spy the government, yeah. Donut Earth, I like it, and it's like in the middle. It's just I don't know what's in the middle. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even see the ceremony. I didn't even know when the Olympics had started. I was like, oh, Olympics, I'm not even interested. For some reason, this year, I just felt like, right? Oh fuck, man! Don't try to bring that conversation here, man. That's like, do you want this thing to derail? Okay. People care about the scandals, not the games. Yes, and that actually speaks to our culture now than not, right? I think so. My YouTube streams are now full of bullshit and not as much educational content that I like, and that's probably because I clicked on things. For some reason, I started getting a bunch of debunking feminism bullshit and a lot of anti-feminism propaganda. And I do think that you do get served content that's going to make you react. They're going to make you have strong emotional reactions. As a matter of fact, this is covered in the book, The Stolen Focus. But you're going to have strong emotional reactions to this thing. I think it will really feed you things that you react to, right? The medals are so shit made. A week later, they started to degrade. Oh yeah, I saw something about that. The moon goes through the donut. I love it, Vabine. It's like the tide, right? It's like when the moon is passing through the hole. Well, you got your priorities straight at least, right? From 100% to 1%. You don't see anybody protecting the pole vaulting guy. What's up with that? I don't know anything about the pole vaulting thing. YouTube became a small box. My friend is crazy for guys. He comes over for a day all week. I see car videos. I guess you mean your friend is crazy for cars, right? Yeah. Yeah, like your friends like, can we watch some dude bros? Can we watch someone getting ready for the showers? And you're like, no, I was trying to watch this car video. Thank you. I work in state government cybersecurity. We are currently starting to think, well, we're gonna have the Olympics in 8 years. What do we do about it? Do you want to have the Olympics? Didn't like the London Olympics cost like London like $20 Brazilian, right? I'm the only one who hates when comments are aligned like that on the left. Huh? I don't know. Sometimes we feel the sun is staring at us, and that's not coincidence. The sun is Homer's head, and we're spinning around it. The gentleman who caught his gentleman part in the bar. Yeah. Yeah. It's a very large number. Did you see for some reason I think you're there, Vape. Did you see the series they made when they're gonna do the Olympics and they put the wind turbine, but they have to use electricity to power it because it doesn't work? I thought that was pretty good. I thought that was really good. All right, I'm getting a lot of bleeps here. Let me have a look. No, yeah. Apparently, Macron personally invited Duro for dinner, and then they arrested him. And now, from Telegram, the United Arab Emirates has completed frozen the implementation of a contract to purchase 80 fighter jets from France, following the rest of power of Duro. Yeah. I saw the Telegram thing there mentioned. All I know is that because I work in security, I'm gonna make a lot of money because the Olympics. Oh, well, that's good, though, Small Knight. That's good. Like, why don't you spend some of the money to invite me over, and I can teach you some actual breakdancing. Okay. It's almost like the government has no clue how end-to-end works. Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why I get so surprised when people attribute so much credit to various government bodies, right? They're like, oh, the government has been doing like this mass conspiracy. They lied to us. They managed to keep this secret. They managed to keep this secret from all of you for like many, many years. The government can't do shit. They can't get anything right. They can't get healthcare right. They can't get education right. They can't get public transport right. And you think they have the capacity to hold a secret, right? Oh my God. You give the government whatever the government is that we're talking about, you give it way too much credit. They can't do anything right, okay? I'll invite you over. You can endure 38 degrees. Oh man, that's not a problem for me, Small Knight. I love the heat. I was sitting outside in 40 degrees working. Like my phone, literally first time in my life, I saw my phone have a little warning sign on it. I was like, I've never seen that before. And it's like, your phone is too hot, man. And I thought it was talking about me. I'm like, oh no, it's the phone, not the pictures. Yeah, but I don't want to see any Daves though. The government is at the whims of politicians who are in the pockets of it. But that is what the government is, though, right? It is the politicians. But yeah. Celsius. Says it, of course, man. This is true, right? You might be one of them Fahrenheiters, right? $40. Oh no, I don't mind it. Like, you gotta have air condition and the likes, okay? You gotta have AC on. You gotta have things going for you. Otherwise, that's gonna end poorly, okay? It's technically winter here. You know, on this side of the world of Small Night, winter is cold, right? So it's funny when you say it's still technically winter here, because winter hasn't started for us yet. Why would they get healthcare, right? When people are profiting off shitty healthcare, we're paying them to keep it there. Yeah, but the point isn't that they can't get anything right. If they can't get all of this stuff right, if they can't get any of this stuff right, how do you expect them to like have any secrets or anything like that, right? That's what I'm saying. Alabama should be illegal. I don't even know what this is. I'm just gonna pin this. I'm just pinning random comments from now on. 99% of the houses have AC. Yeah. So Small Night, you're gonna have to tell me everything that can kill me, ranging from drop bears to spiders, okay? And I know, Small Night, I know, despite what you guys pretend, that you all don't... I know you all drink Fosters over there, okay? I know what you say, but I don't believe. Shit, I mangled an old joke. Never mind. Oh, look, there it is on the floor, dying. Moving on. Everyone will think they're missing a joke. It was supposed to be. Yes. Okay, starting off, going outside in summer, the sun will kill you. That's probably number one. Not to worry, I can use sunscreen. All right, I can either use sunscreen or I can go full lobster. I'm assuming, who knows, Scott, right? Who knows? It's just D3, right? So I have no assumptions. Sunscreen turns frogs, Chad. Never go to Australia. They literally have a widow spider floating web cloud of 10,000s of widows. That's how they move. No joke. Oh man. Like, if it wasn't because this is a trigger for some people, I would totally look this up. Okay, can I do this? Can I look this up? What do we call it? Floating web cloud. Floating web cloud. Shit. Web cloud. Spiders. And it's always 10,000? Ballooning. Kiting is supported by spiders and some other small invertebrates, blah, blah, blah. Massive web full of spiders. Look away if you're arachnophobic, okay? Holy shit. That's amazing. I'm getting goosebumps. Oh, please show me a bigger picture. All right, you know what? That was amazing. That wasn't scary at all. I want to see something scarier than that. That was pretty shit. That was just a bunch of black dots in the air. Not at all concerning. If you don't know how to swim and you go into the ocean, you'll drown. If you can swim, though, you're all right. So what I would say, Small Night, is this. If you don't know how to swim and you go into the ocean, you will drown. If you can swim, though, you will die from the animals in the oceans, ranging from isopods to sharks. Floating web cloud is what Grams calls a server. Until you get taken away by a riptide. That was fun. That was fun We had fun. I didn't write any code, but we had fun. Petition to eliminate sharks from the ecosystem. The spider clouds aren't an Australian thing. They happen all over the world. In fact, that's how they spread to other continents. But the spider cloud I saw wasn't really that fascinating. It just looked like birds in the sky. It didn't look like spiders in the sky. So it was a bit disappointing. No, it's Ayu Mirage. At least in France, we have the weird blue Aladdin naked genie. What? Wait, what? Context is somewhere else. Sharks don't provide anything to the circle of life. They shouldn't exist. Well, if you go to Iceland, you can eat rancid shark meat that smells of piss. What did you try to write? Okay, no, I don't think we should say that, D3, okay? Since we have French people in the chat. About the sea animals, if you live in the North of Australia, nobody goes swimming during stinger seasons when the jellyfish are out. For the sharks, the lifesavers are at every beach. We'll always tell everybody when the sharks are sighted, so everyone swims back to shore. If you're a strong swimmer. Do you know octopus is the only animal that evolved on its own? I need a password 8 characters long, so I choose Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Very good. The requirements were 1 uppercase, 7 lowercase characters, 1 special character. Dopey. Do I want to click on this? God damn it. God damn it. That guy, man. Oh my god. So that's what you meant. Yeah, let's just flash some ball sectors from children, right? Everyone at some point praised the anarchy. However, I have never lived in one. It's having bad. I know it. I've seen it shortly after the USSR collapse. It's horrific. State institutions as a technology is in a sense. If you need to spend a lot of resources to develop it and maintain, but in the end, countries with good institutions flourish. Also, just because you come to Australia doesn't mean you need to swim in the ocean. I kind of do though, right? Like I love it. I always want to be close to the ocean, right? I want to live close to any body of water at all times, right? It's just a thing in life. It was crispy. Only thing more scared than animals in Australia is the nuclear submarines they just got from the US. I think it's the fact that Australia is a pretty rigid spying on its citizens policies, don't they? They're quite big on like censorships and stuff. All right, enjoy D3. The reptiles out there are pretty awesome though. Yeah. Okay. You should not have. Okay, should we get back to programming? Viewership dropped instantly. I need to eat some food, damn it. I'm gonna go put some pasta on, okay? Let me AFK for a little bit. You guys need to go and put some food on as well. Let's go to temp, AFK. Actually, let's do this in a new window. So we can just increase the font size here. They're trying, but none of the tech companies are compliant. The government basically said, yes, please, let's have visibility of your encryption, but they're saying no. Yeah, but they're banning things on ISP levels. And like I remember hearing about this from like many years ago. They were banning websites. So websites can be blocked in Australia, right? And it can be, and before you say anything, this could be things like basic like torrent websites and stuff like that, right? They're banning that at an ISP level, and that to me is super sketchy. But every country has their predicaments. Okay, it's not just Australia, of course. It's just something I remember. And okay, this is quite large text here. Do I need more than 5? I probably don't need more than 5 minutes to this, right? They do it in France as well. You know, I was really shocked when I lived in Spain and they banned abortions there. But let's not have that conversation. I will be back. I'm just gonna put the kettle on. Is that common everywhere? Fair enough. Well, I have no context of what you guys are talking about, right? One of the major European banks is implementing a tool which is using AI analysis sentiment of their employees, and this is the real shit, and that is happening. How is that nice? That's not nice at all. This is like bad stuff. Okay. Yeah, Spain banned abortion in 2000 and when was it? Spain banned abortions. What year was this? Legal later stages because of risk. 2021, but no. Okay, so maybe this has changed. Maybe this has changed because, I mean, this is a hot topic, obviously, but I'm assuming most of you are guys who don't know anything about abortions anyway. Okay, voluntary interruption of pregnancy in Spain is regulated by the Title II, the organic law, blah, blah, blah. Abortion, which came to legalize abortion during the first 14 weeks of pregnancy. I thought this was... Yeah. All right. There's a lot less going on, a lot more going on here. So okay. That's pretty grim. Were considered victims, and the practice should only be lawful in the case of rape or when a serious but yes undefined health risk. Okay, or whatever, right? So, yeah, it was a little bit. It was around 2013, right? And I remember thinking like how weird it was, but again, this is difficult to remember, and maybe it's not the case anymore. What do I know, right? Okay, so what are we picking at now, right? Yeah, there's a lot of like sometimes we do like 2 steps backwards, right? 1 step forward, 2 steps back as humans. But as long as we keep going forward, we'll be fine. I don't believe that you can keep humans from educating themselves. You can try to repress it, but you cannot keep it. It's too much of a force, right? And people are too fluid. They move around. You might be born in a country where you're not allowed to learn or do something, and you might find yourself in another country where you are allowed to learn to do so. There's always like things are sort of constantly in motion, right? But anyway, the whole point of this is you should move to Bonneville. We have no laws other than be nice or we will stab you. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and cook myself some food, and I don't think I'm gonna keep streaming. I'll start streaming again when I'm done eating. So I'll cook some food, eat some food, watch some TV, and I will be back instead. Food. And I'll be back, and we're gonna do some. We're gonna do some programming. Anyway, is there anyone we can and or should raid? Let's have a look. Cakes. Cakes is on. All right. No, he's gaming. We don't do that. I can hand you over to Pirate Software, but you would just disappear into the crowd, so let's not do that. Let's find someone to raid. Oh, PPY is doing some programming. They're pretty cool. Let's do that. Now, Cakes was gaming, right? I don't do game raids. Okay. Damn it. Okay, Alkaline, who was in here earlier. Right, let's raid them. No, you guys are too cool for pirate, okay, Monokuma, just so you know. All right, I will be back after lunch probably and do another stream. You guys have been wonderful. Thank you for the chat. We have touched on some spicy topics and everyone was really well behaved. So you guys should give yourself a bit of an applaud for doing that. No one turned into a massive head. You guys are great. Bye for now.